Okay. VXX squeeze today? I don't know about that. Good morning. Ding ding. Discord. Oh yeah. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2022 S&P market crash. You can tell your children about this. Daily DD. I've been a bit busy. I covered everything yesterday already. Jesus fuck. Nice, man. Everything on my watch list is at a 52-week low. Yeah, the VIX is gonna go crazy. How many calls is Philly gonna exercise? I have no idea. Bobby fell below 7. Black Monday. Pretty intense, right? Bitcoin down to 23,000. Jesus. Do we know what GN is today? 124.70. JFresh has 120. Why is Gme going up? Be wary of oversold short positions. I'd imagine a lot of things are probably moving up right now. Yeah. That doesn't mean they'll stay up. SPY even moved up. Caxus. How's the open volume looking? Not a lot. Only 300,000 for GME. You have a good weekend? I did, and then today happened. Moving up into my put orders. In the past, you say that BTC and Gme have no correlation. You still not believe that to be true? Yes. No correlation outside of like the value of the dollar, or the market-wide correlations between the market and cryptocurrency, which exist between all equities, like, and all traded products, right? Blood in the streets, but with my puts, it's more like nice Nesquik. Very, very classy. Think they'll try to push GME down harder under the guise of the greater market dump. I mean, yeah, they will. They don't need to do a lot of work, right? With active funds selling like crazy. That might have been all of our GEX from Friday. It's about right. 300K volume. I got your $38 port into your tank full of gas. I don't know. Take a bus to the Wendy's. Find a nice gentleman and take him behind the dumpster. Apex, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. This right here is why you didn't buy your OPEX position early. Yeah. How much better would it be if there were no ETFs? Better in some ways, worse in others. Even though they're abused, that doesn't mean that their purpose is evil inherently. Boot E. I don't know what that means, Ani. Boot you rope? There's a snake in your boot? Could a split announcement be done during market hours? Yeah, but they'll halt the stock. Yeah, it can free fall now. I think everything's starting to fall. Ugh. Damn, that moved quick. Mm. Oh, fuck. Answers we were looking for was booty loop. SRS talk time. How low do we really think we can go this week? Now? Uh, I mean, this opens up like a whole new perspective, right? I mean, we were expecting SLD, but we weren't expecting a fucking market crash. The SPY's down 254 basis points already today. Gme down almost 10%. It's a big fucking drop. The GME puts are nice and green. Yeah, mine are mind-boggling right now. This is kind of insane. Let me put it this way: will my 100 puts print? They haven't from volatility yet. Congratulations to the GME put survivors. Patience. I sold a couple off at market open, but not many. I think most of my cost basis is already covered. Glad I rolled. You all know what this means. That dude is getting the tattoo. I'm expecting to see that guy sign up for fucking Pontific VWAP here in a second. You killed GME by not DRSing. Is this DRS? That makes sense. Will these conditions have any effect on OPEX? I mean, the prices will be lower. In honor of the current market-wide dip, can we please get a screening of full bull? It feels a bit like dancing, right? If you're doing that when people are losing their pensions and life savings, it's not super cool. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of puts, but there's nothing funny about a market crash. But it's in the song. I can be red. Yes. How do I get a pension so I can lose it? What's going on with VXX? I mean, it's rocketing, right? Not as much as the rest of the VIX positions, but I think the VIX is at what, 32 right now? 33? Jesus. SPY's gonna lose 380, I think. In these troubling times, it's comforting to have family and friends about you. Unfortunately for you, you only have us. Here, have a wake-up coffee because you're gonna need it today to deal with our anxieties. Sorry in advance. Thank you, Bedhead. I appreciate it, man. What level does the SPY have to be for it to be considered a full-blown market crash? We can't be far off. I mean, we're already down almost $100 from like all-time high, right? What's the next support on the SPY after 380? I did TA on it last night. 1 second. Jesus. Data services suck today. The next resistance down is 374.26. Confirm bounce for GME or no? I don't think we're gonna see a lot of confirmed bounces today. Some of these are just like oversold, like relief rallies. This was probably our gamma exposure from last Friday. This morning. That like 200,000 volume lines up. We had a $13 million gamma exposure event, but we were only up 11 cents. So yeah, it's $13 million per $11 or per $1 price increase. But we weren't even up $1. So it's more like a $1.3 million GEX. $1.33. What's the difference if we split end at the bottom of the market? That won't happen. 2,000 people watching, like 7 million likes. What the heck, people? Yeah, SPX. The SPY dropped just below 380 also. Is this MOASS? Does it look like MOASS? I hate to break it to the bulls out there, but I don't think we're gonna MOASS today. Maybe tomorrow. You think we see a turnaround Tuesday? At least right now, there doesn't seem like any reason for big money to not roll forward their puts, given PPI Tuesday and Fed this week. So probably not. Yeah, I don't think this week gets a lot better as we move into it. PPI at least has a chance of coming in stronger. It's one of the few metrics that's been improving. Um, so it may help stop the bleeding a little bit. Hmm. Your advice has paid off for me today. Cheers. Thanks, Hazlef. Chalky Seki, praise be to the goddess VWAP as she burns down the market as tribute. Thank you. Penny in there. What's going on with VXX? I mean, it's just moving up because the VIX is. Thanks to the roadmap, puts, print, and SS is very quiet. It's a glorious day. Puts do print. Is it possible the total OPEX liabilities could be totally hedged during a couple days of large market downs, leading to no June OPEX run up? When OPEX has occurred, it doesn't seem to matter the direction of the market. It's too much volume for. I mean, sure, it could be stifled. Maybe we won't run in as great a range as we normally do. We may see less, buy side pressure. But I don't think like a market downturn will affect it that much. Unless the market's like seriously crashing and just careening down to zero. I mean, I think even if there's some stability or just a slow move down, it's not gonna affect OPEX that much. I'm up almost 10K. Nice. Can you help explain again how a market crash is bad for hedge funds that are short on things? Oh, it's not. Someone on the internet once told me that market crashes are bad for shorts. Yeah, that the logic to get to that point is a bit of a stretch. Um, they're cash rich, margin light, which can be a problem. Um, like they don't have a lot of assets at the bottom of a crash, right? Because they're selling everything off. But they have a lot of cash, so they're very liquid. Sub 100 this week or find a strong support? Well, we found a little bit of support just now at 116. The SPY's holding 180 or 380 right now. I don't think it'll continue to, but it is holding a little bit. Yeah, VXX is still restricted on a lot of brokerages. Logic is a generous word there. Where do you think all this money is going? Clearly large funds are selling. Selling what? Everything? I mean, it pulls the liquidity out of the market, right? It goes back into their pockets. OPEC's covering starts next week. Could FOMO be greater than usual if we run during a market downturn, as opposed to March, which is during a bear market rally? I mean, you can look historically at OPECs. Some of them have been the opposite of the market action. It's where a lot of the idea that like GME had negative beta came from. And at the point in time when GME did have negative beta, I think GME corresponds more strongly with the VIX than the overall market. So talk about exiting your puts. Why would I? Like, no, like, why would I exit them? Is it dumb and bad investing to buy weekly 624 to play OPEX, or is it just better to buy July? I mean, if you're going to buy weeklies, the problem is that the feedback loop can carry into the next week. So, like, they don't cover the entire range of price action. And they can lose value very, very quickly unless they're moving, like you're buying them at the money, in which case you're paying more money for them up front, right? You're buying into that high IV, you're buying lots of delta. Out of the money weeklies just will burn themselves up, especially if the price doesn't move as strongly in the direction you want it to. Sending this message for the GME bulls who need something green today. Solidarity. Harsh. I think this buy's stuck on 380, but I think it's gonna fall if it's not already. This consolidation does not look very bullish. Is the put wall sold off yet? Not at all. I have the GME options flow open right now. It looks like just more puts being bought. Some calls, but very few. Docu at 59. Yeah, everything's coming down. Market's doing a big poop. My 120p would be in the money this morning if I would have held them over the weekend and not sold for a $1,500 loss on Friday. Didn't we discuss this? I thought you were holding them. I've done more digging on Upstart. I think it's very, very close to Reg Show, by the way. Keep an eye on it. 1.4 million FTD in the 3 most recent reported days. Only 72 million float. Interesting. Up 220% on my puts, over 10K. Thanks for all the knowledge. You got it, dude. Was it a bad idea for me to roll my 125p into a 120p? Uh, Odd. But I guess if you needed to buy time. When IV crush? I mean, probably not today. JPEG gonna need a gas-powered money printer to save the market. Interesting. VIX is letting up a little bit. Official bear market when SPY nav below 385. Didn't we hit an official bear market like a couple weeks ago? On the 20% drop or whatever? Up 25K this morning so far. Only 10 days to go for Donald Tattoo. They would discuss it Friday when I said options chart was telling me I would lose another 1,500 by market open Monday if we opened at the same price. We didn't open at the same price. Although, I don't think anyone saw this coming on Friday. The sell-off in crypto was kind of unexpected. It's a time to go long, a time to go short, and a time to go work, my gherk. See you tomorrow. Later, man. You know if the Fed releases anything today? No, I don't think so. There's no, there's actually no relevant economic data today, I don't think. Bear market was only NASDAQ. I don't think that's accurate. I saw a comment on Reddit that the SPY has no support under 380. That's not true. You don't think crypto leads the market? No, not really. A massive sell-off like crypto experience this weekend is an indicator of worse things, right? That's a de-risking. Crypto, like in the event of a market crash, crypto is always going to be the first thing to sell off, right? Because it's like the most speculative asset. There's no safety in crypto. So large institutions and funds will ditch it first, and they can ditch it on the weekend. So you're pretty much a poor, and your portfolio is up 100% on GME puts. When do you exit? I mean, you have to plan your exit. Do you have a price target? Or did you just buy puts with nothing in mind? You can put a stop on it so that you can follow the trend but capture profits if it moves against you. I was told BTC was the ultimate inflation hedge. Okay. I was told BTC was going to go to $100,000 by the end of this year. Maybe don't believe everything you're told. People keep telling me to buy crypto, except they haven't held crypto during a market crash or recession. It's literally the first thing to sell off, and if the market is uncertain, yeah. even in the corrections that we've had over the last few months, like any big downs are generally led by crypto. My mind was Jimmy gonna go down. Let's see how far. Well, then maybe you should see how far. I mean, the SPY just slipped 380 again. This is not like bullish, right? If the S&P tanks, it's not like Jimmy's gonna rocket. Not right away. I guess if somebody had millions and millions of shorts, they might wait to cover them till the price is cheap. The year ain't over. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Um, if anybody's saying that Bitcoin's gonna hit $100,000 by the end of the year doesn't understand like institutional interest in crypto or the market caps. Maybe they meant the market cap of BTC to 100K. Why does SPY view up always look wonky on WeBull? Well, sometimes you have much more volume traded at the higher range. So like price is going down, VWAP is going up. That's because it's taking the average. It's weighted by volume. Everyone needs to remember, crypto bulls were a cult before GME became a thing. I doubt you thought it would hit 69K either. 6 more months, we shall see, Gherkinator. Alright. Don't get me wrong, Bitcoin hits like 15K, I'm buying a shitload of it. But I wasn't going to hold it through 60,000. And the entity's holding the millions and 95p GME 617 driving this price action. It's like they knew in advance. Yeah. I discussed this for like 2 weeks. 3 weeks? 3 weeks. They started buying the position on 512 almost a month ago. There's already options on BTC. I think you can get them through FTX. They're super illiquid and weird. They represent like fractional pieces of the underlying, which is extremely strange. Stocks can go below a penny. There's fractional value. Haven't you ever seen the orders like hit the tape that have like 4 decimal points? You're the man. Thanks for what you do. That is all. Thanks, Walker. How are the OI on XRT puts looking? I mean, they're still relatively close to what March was. I don't know what the OI is today. OI is updated at the end of the day. I have 27 strike. It's only worth like $400, which is less than its intrinsic value. Does it expire Wednesday? Now a good time to load up on wheat and oil futures. Wait a day or two, thanks. I'd watch out for oil. I think oil's gonna start turning around. It's too much interest in it. That's usually not a good thing. Yeah, you can buy it 4 decimal points. But who would want to actually own the ticker at those prices? You should check out our penny stocks. Any of the put walls on Jamie closed yet? Doesn't look like it. Looks like some of the in the money, like the 140 puts, some of those sold off, but I'm not sure if that's institutional. I know they bought like a big block of 140s, but it's hard to say if the ones being sold are theirs or just retail. You think we could go sub 6 on BBY? Yeah, if the active funds keep hitting it. The people shorting it aren't putting a lot of pressure on it right now. This is just active fund sell off, right? Would you buy puts now or wait for IV to settle? It's risky. I mean, you're kind of chasing a bit. It's already down 8%. June 17th, 135 CC, relatively safe. I mean, we're below gamma neutral, so what's the delta on that? It's a little risky, but not the worst, I guess. When do you think BBBY recovers? I mean, hopefully OPEX. Look at what they did to my Bobby. No problem. Grateful over the dead rainbow. Been MIA for a while. I'm selling my house. Congrats, man. Not gonna lie, I missed your voice, brother. How you doing, Mike? OPEC still Jan 20th through 24th? Yeah, 21st through 24th. No problem, dude. Just refresh the page. It shows plus 2K put OI. They're estimating. Can you show the Greeks on your screen like you did on Friday? Yeah, give me a second here. Let me find them. What the fuck? How the repositioning of XRT contracts makes Jimmy rocket. They're used to mark long creation, right? So they use puts to extend the time for them to return created shares. Super hot kitty. That gives them the Reg T, which is that 35 extra calendar days. Baba sub 100 win entry point. I mean, I bought him at market open, but you can. There's room to the downside. I'd be careful with Baba though. Of all the stocks, it's by far the most risky to the downside. If this like crash pushes forward, or this like correction pushes forward China's plans for quantitative easing, Baba can rip. It's already wildly undervalued. Now I finally get it. I must have missed that explanation before. No problem. Updated Greeks for BBBY. Hmm. Do we? I finally made money on a GME cycle. I just had to play the downside. J Fresh, do we have Greeks for Bobby? When do we know if they're actively shorting? Like I said earlier, I don't think they're going to need to do a lot of that. Running for that 113 resistance. That's an important one. It's down here. Somewhere. I need to mark that. Hold on, what is it? It's 113. It's like 113.80 something, right? 113.76. I need to update this chart. Like the one I used to stream with. Just get rid of this. And clear up all these like garbage intraday supports. I managed to find a job that pays 20K more than my last job. Awesome. I managed to weather unemployment without selling out my shares, but I have no capital to make money on this cycle. Overall, I'm jacked and can finally afford some options. Fuck yeah, dude. Well, hopefully you get a nice discount on them soon. Just out of curiosity, what are the signs of active shorting? On GameStop, given the low share availability, usually in the money puts. And the money puts are well, they're the most reliable sign of active shorting. ETF fund flow, increased OI on XRT puts. All of those indicate active shorting as well. Although it's not technically shorting. A created and then sold share is not considered a share sold short, which is an interesting caveat. What do you think, my dude? Time to buy some Julys? I'm gonna wait. Any specific price target before you sell? There's resistance here at 113. There's another resistance to the downside at 108.14. And then after that, straight down into the 90s, like 98.90, 93.62, and then 80 below that. I mean, they're holding puts open down into like the $70 range. How do you know a price movement down is short selling rather than active funds selling off? Short selling is more rapid, generally speaking. Active funds are only selling if the index is also dropping, right? So if we're dropping and the index is stable or moving it opposite us, that indicates that it's not active fund pressure. If the index is dropping alongside us, then there is active fund pressure. You can tell volumetrically, short selling is higher volume. Active fund pressure is really not a lot of volume, generally speaking. Turk Loafer, Turk Lopfer. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. In your opinion, can we see Gme bottom out today with the market and then stagnate at the low? Or with upcoming news this week, do you expect today to be the beginning of the price decline? I think the price decline could carry out for most of this week. The end of this week doesn't get super bullish, right? We have a bunch of Fed meetings. The Fed's probably going to move forward with 0.75 rate hikes because inflation came in even stronger. We have retail sales report coming out this week, which, I mean, expectations are very low. I've learned that Rumspringa can lead to great DD, TFT not same like chess, and that calves do in fact define a person. Thank you. Anytime, JC. Happy to help. Live stream yesterday was awesome. Thank you. No problem, Shadow. Appreciate it, man. When we hit the bottom, better to buy July's at the money or YOLO out of the money. Why not both? It's always good to have some in the money calls to protect your super risky bets. How to access the Discord? There's a description. In the description below is the link for the Discord. And after you do that, you go to settings. And then what is it? Connections, I think. You go to settings and then connections and then link your YouTube account that you signed up with. And that unlocks everything. Any advice on finding supports on the SPY? Dated back over a year. Next one to the downside's 374. But you got to go back. You got to go back and find historical support resistance. Because there's nothing recent, right? My dude, now more cringe than dry powder. You got another one, you grifter. I know. You missed a new pigeon whale. What? Where? La Flama Blanca. Sir, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. And the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Welcome, sir. Welcome. I would acknowledge 0 out of 12 times today. Now it's 1 out of 13. You get those numbers up. If Bobby goes down to 50 cents, could you just buy it for us? It's still $30 million. 40? That'd be $40 million. Do you still think an $80 bottom before OPEX is unrealistic after seeing the first hour of market today? I still think it's going to be hard for us to push that low. Have any other lofty goals actually been achieved to date? Oh, yeah. There have been a few. Just play the Long Johnson song for no reason? Sure. Cole likes BBY at 15. He will love it at 5. Gurkstradamus, congrats on being right again. Thanks for turning me into a true bearish bull. Take note, pores. Be patient. No problem, Christine Lagarde's Moascot. I bought a SPY put at the low, so we should be rocketing back up. Thanks for saving the global economy. Potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Our cult really needed a Flama Blanca. We are ready now. Take a pool to see if this channel wants to pool our money and buy BBBY out. Interesting. What makes you think that we're going to run it better? I gotta go to the work job. Can you log into my account and manage my report while I'm gone? Password is re. No, I'm not gonna do that. Spy looking to dump again. Yeah, yeah, it is. We. I'm only chipping in if we can sell mini horses. We'll generate shareholder value. You mean for ourselves? I'm already doing my part. I think most of us are. There's a bunch of people in here that are like 5x holders or like 10,000 plus shares. To figure out how far this is going to drop, go look at how much, look up how much they paid for the lowest strike. They'll bring IV to put those in the money. Once that happens, then they'll close them and we'll go up. They usually exercise them, by the way, Jose. Like when they buy big blocks of puts like this, they exercise them at the bottom to keep the price from bouncing back on the market maker gamma exposure. Like the D hedge. There's no way SPY gets past 400 in this foreseeable future, right? Oh, it could. Absolutely. If we get another like relief rally, it could definitely move back up to 400. What's your opinion on gaps? Do they matter? Sometimes. Do you take them into consideration occasionally? Because we have a gap between 88 and 90, so maybe we touch that and bottom there. We could, although I think that gap is incorrect. I think that gap only shows up on TradingView. That's one of the problems with gaps, is they're only as good as your data. I went to the local licensing office to register you as my fiduciary, and they looked at me like I was crazy. Am I missing a step? Or is your legal name not actually Gherk in it? Just logged into my Robinhood account. My hood puts are up 200%. I love you, Dad. When Bobby's selling mini horses, not yet. Also, is 226. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna hit 220 nautical. If the market continues like this today, do you think tomorrow could have a good chance of a bounce, it being Tuesday? No. I mean, we could see some upside tomorrow, but I don't think so. Tomorrow we have what, PPI data coming in? I don't think what were the expectations for that? PPI PPI is expected to fall off pretty hard. Or no, sorry, come up pretty hard. Like point two to point three. It really bottomed out in April. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if producer costs are up, which probably won't be bullish. Um, Retail sales I expect to be down for May. And that won't be good for us, and that's Wednesday. I keep getting calls and they keep going red. Why? Because the price is going down. Do you think Gme will go down more or return close to gamma neutral? Oh, it can absolutely go down more. Any advice on hedging one's D? Pills, creams? Thanks. I mean, you can just buy GME calls. Remember that giant wick on the SPY that went down to 360? Why do I feel like we're heading there? I do remember that. It hit like 364. Maybe we are. Do you expect this downward price action to continue during the week due to SLD and the release of building permit reports on the 16th? Oh yeah, I don't think any of the economic data coming out this week is going to be very bullish. I feel like popcorn trader. Holy shit, that's painful. Good morning, Greg. If possible, what are 4 good stocks to buy during this shithole economy? Thanks for sharing your knowledge with honesty and humor and the occasional rant. I mean, I would wait until we see the market finish its correction before going long on anything. But there's a lot of things that'll like drop in value. I mean, Costco's probably going to come down. Microsoft is down. Google's moving down. Amazon's very cheap right now, and probably will get cheaper. Um, it's mostly about timing the bottom, right? Don't you already have some positions in like things like Target and stuff like that? I mean, you can always average those down. Cost basis average as the price in the market declines. This is when you get all the big blue chips on sale, right? Why Jimmy bounce from the SPY drills? The SPY didn't really drill much, and then it recovered a bit. Here's your cut for my puts printing card. Almost out of my Frex day hole. None of this would be possible without you teaching me that the best way to make money is to full port YOLO into GME weekly puts on Friday afternoon. Congratulations, JFresh, for finally making money. What a glorious day. All the work you've done for $300. What buy-in would you look for this week in Bobby? I mean, it's already dirt cheap. It doesn't... Maybe you get it cheaper? Are they more likely to exercise now rather than cash settle? XRT obligations? Those have to be... Shares have to be returned in like kind. They need to rebalance their asset basket. Those puts will be sold because they're simply there to mark creation long. You think BBY will drop more? Sure, why not? If you're asking, is there anything to support BBBY's price to the downside or stabilize it? No, there isn't. Gme 120, 2023, 950C, under $3 now. Damn. That's kind of cheap. Interesting. You said the blue chips were on sale last week. They're even more on sale this week. You're never gonna buy the bottom. I didn't say they were on sale. I said they were a 52-week lows. Are you still averaging down X? I think X is trading above my cost basis right now. Barely, but yeah. I pulled back on my buying of X because the mills are like kind of fucking up the pricing on steel right now. If JFresh is making money, this is truly the end of times. What kind of re-entry are you looking for on cat, or just be patient and let it bottom? I would just be patient. Well, Susquehanna is still covering. Let me take a look at the order flow for today for the floor trades. I don't see why not. They've got all this active fund sell off. It was a great opportunity for them to pick up liquidity. Let's see. Ooh, no, not not a lot coming off of Philadelphia at all. Actually, very little. Almost everything through Arca and Nasdaq. Shitloads of bought puts, a few sold puts, some sold calls, and very, very few bought calls right now. How come July 15 calls are dropping in price even though GME dropped more than $10 since Friday? IV is up today, JCD. So the price might be down, but IV is up. What option play on BBY would be the same as DFE did with GME? Like $15? If I remember correctly, he had like 10s and 15s. My middle name is Average Dan. I mean, that's how people buy market crashes up, right? As they start buying early, like when the first signs of a bear market show up, and then they keep buying as it drops. Because, I mean, you're not going to time the bottom perfectly. Everyone wishes they would, but if you can average your cost over the bottom, then you're in a pretty good spot. Thoughts on theremin? Is that the like musical instrument with the that makes the weird like space noises? Why is Jimmy outperforming? It's a liquid as fuck. It's not really outperforming. It's down 10%. How do you feel about the CPI data release Friday and MBS no bid? I mean, no one wants to buy mortgage-backed securities right now. CPI data was shit, but we kind of expected it to be. Never mind, they just got stopped out. Oh, okay. Pickle chat is all I've got left. We're glad to have you. I love bear markets. I mean, you would. You're a bear. What PPY price would lead you to believe that it's heading to bankruptcy? I don't know. Sub $1. Spy done drilling today or just taking a break? I think we're probably gonna see it push down further. I don't know how much further. Where's the... Didn't I just put like a 374 resistance on this? Or did I not add that? Hold on. What was it? 374.26? My ex-wife is taking my Zillionaire membership in the divorce. Sorry, Garrick. Just don't relinquish it, TJ. It's all good, man. What's your cutoff for selling puts because of theta? I mean, they won't be as affected by theta. They're all in the money. Where does RC gonna slap his massive small wee wee on the BBY boards table? Probably after the next earnings when they haven't done any of the things he's asked them to do. Fully open interest, SPY 617, 340C, 356,000, and SPY 617, 345C, 312,000. Could this be the low we could see this week? Why the fuck would people be buying calls for the projected low? Are those part of like a multi-leg? Like, are those sold or something? Those sound sold. More net outflows, just worsening the market's liquidity issues. When it moves down for real, it's really going to go for it. So going off volume trends in previous crashes won't work as well. I mean, some previous, like, maybe volume trends during, like, Volmageddon or something. Next SPY resistance is at 320. Now, there's more resistance. Peas, it was peas. Sorry, I accidentally bought a whole bunch of 340 SPY calls. Jesus Christ. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to get a coffee. This market finna bus? Yeah. VIX is at 33. Yeah, it's just moving. Thoughts on X? I think it's cheap, but be warned that some of the pricing coming out of the mills isn't really helping the market, right? It's a little complicated to get fully into, but the mills are underpricing because they're a bit oversupplied. Um, so it could take a while for steel as a commodity to recover. Like I have shares, so I don't really care, and I have them still a tiny bit cheaper than we're at right now, but I don't think I'll average them down if it drops some more. I'll just hold. Oh, little recovery there. GME still showing resilience at least. Are construction workers in New York City paid well? Yeah, usually. I've had some friends that worked in construction. It, I think it kind of depends on if you have like union jobs. I know union jobs pay really well, but how are you still so confident in holding your GME puts? What do you mean? I have quite a few of them. I don't know. They're up. Why would I sell them? I have stops. So, I mean, it's like if fucking MOASS starts or something, they'll just get stopped out. New York City journeyman union carpenters were like $85 an hour a few years back. Yeah, it's usually pretty decent. Dangerous. Oh, you get there's hazard pay and stuff too. We got notifications this last week. Prices dropped for heavy metal steel to 260 a ton. Prepared. Dropped like a rock from previous weeks. Yeah. I expect it to recover faster than the rest of the market. Usually demand for commodities moves up, you know, after a market crash, strong, like pretty strong. I have positions in coal, copper, steel, wheat, oil, but you know, those are probably going to get sold off soon. How is VWAP up with SPY down? The volume traded, there was higher volume traded at the higher price. I'm an engineer for a general contractor, and the union guys make more money than me on hourly and overtime than my salary. I had some relatives that were, I think they were in the construction union. I don't remember, but they made stupid money. My original lumber quote for my house was 60K on 5.2. I just bought it for 35K last Friday. Yeah, lumber's been moving down. It was out of control a couple times the last year. Crypto reaching margin call levels? What do you mean margin call levels? Smooth. What is a margin call level? You mean where longs get margin called and sell off? Because it's not the shorts that are gonna get margin called. How wide do you set stops on Gme? Trailing based on bid of 50 cents or more given its volatility? I set it a lot wider than 50 cents. Like $3 right now. All my stops are at like $3 from the current bid. Yeah, they're not going to get margin called with that much cash on hand. So one of my friends had to add, subtract, and multiply decimals so that he could pass the plumber's union exam. And now that idiot makes 3 times what I, a software engineer, do. Well, there's a lot of software engineers, but not a lot of plumbers, right? Isn't that kind of the shift happening in the labor market? My buddy, one of my really good friends does like HVAC, and he makes like 300 to 500,000 a year, depending on how busy he is. Where's Gaff? I wanted to give Gaff shit about the crypto market. Just chase some Yang. Ooh. Just so you know, be careful with those positions, J-Dubs, because they're pushing forward like a bunch of legislation to secure like foreign investments, like the issues that they've had with Baba and like Baidu and all that in the past. They're supposed to be doing something to like guarantee the safety of those investments for foreign investors, and then also they're moving forward with their own like quantitative easing program, so China could recover pretty quick. My broker doesn't sell stop limits. Some don't. That's been happening for the past 10 years. And let me say, everyone should want to go into a trade. VIX at 34 now. Skilled labor is the biggest need of this country. I mean, that or people need to learn how to do it themselves on YouTube. Industrial HVAC. I know a guy also who works for like they do like sprinkler systems union. He makes some obscene money also. He just like goes out and inspects sprinkler systems all over the city. In San Francisco, it costs $500 just to have a plumber show up. If the marketplace were to launch before or during the OPEX run, and Cohen followed up with a split announcement, do you think there's a reasonable chance price gets out of control? Sure, it could, yeah. I mean, it could add fuel to the fire. The split more than the marketplace. I don't know how bullish the marketplace will be at its inception, especially with what's going on with crypto right now. That may not attract the long-term investors that it would have 6 months ago. Is now a good time to get into wheat, do you reckon? How's wheat doing today? It's okay for like 11s. Down a bit. Is setting a trailing stop of 20% good in this situation with GME and the money puts? Sure. 20's wide if you're already in the money. Like, do you want to lose 20% of your current profits? Especially if you're not actively managing it. I would maybe be a little closer. I don't know how much electricians make in New York. I ate an entire large Casey's pizza in your honor out of spite yesterday. It was delicious and totally worth it, despite the bathroom consequences. Is stock trading a skilled labor? I'm trying to learn that on YouTube. Uh, maybe. It's that's interesting. That's an interesting way of thinking of it. Looking pretty juicy the lower we go. My brother just started his own plumbing business as a master plumber. He has to keep increasing his prices because he can't keep up. Still with $500 show up fee, he can't keep up. Huh. That's a problem in its own right, right? When you start a small business and you have more business than you can handle, that puts you in a bad position with customers. So, you know, it's a good thing to have more business than you can handle, but there's a downside to that as well. Which is why you probably want to, like, if you're starting a small business like that, you want to have like a lot of connections in that business or that industry that you can refer people out to who can handle uh more business than you can. Union elevator mechanic here in Washington. I get paid pretty handsomely. Nice. Union, damn, a lot of people here are union laborers. Regarding learning a trade, I chased a rat through my backyard with a machete yesterday. Got her. I'm basically a journeyman exterminator now. Nice. Interesting way to handle your rodent problem. HVAC streams are Tuesday and Thursday. Oh, my bad. I'm sick and tired of this trade talk. I'm leaving this channel and taking my master's degree in dance theory with me. Get fucked, Brad Pitt. Just try and stop me from dancing right now. No one would ever try to stop you from dancing, especially if you were doing a dirty version of it, Patrick Swayze. Can we get a third YouTube channel of you watching YouTube tutorials for handiwork and then giving us a tutorial with your Persian flourish? What amount of profit would you take a GFE for? Can you wait? I mean, you don't want to get them. You only get 3. And then if you get 3, you gotta open a new account. It's a big pain in the ass. When market crash, sell if it's too controlled, I don't trust it. The real dump is yet to come. I agree. It's slow, right? Fear is mounting. We're hitting 375 right now, which could be a little bit of a psychological resistance. The next strong resistance is here at 374.26. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind, but your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, they ain't no friends of mine. Thank you, men without hats. VXX about to launch. Maybe. I hope so. I have 25s. We'll see. VIX is hitting 34. I think if we see the VIX break 40 again, shit could get kind of crazy. When setting a stop limit on an existing put, do you set your activation price above the ask or below the bid? What am I missing here? Which broker are you using, Walken? I hate it when they do that. Just set it at the mid. Can you set it at the mid? Are you trying to set a stop like at the current trading price? Or a lower stop? Business. This is definitely Wall Street hedgies making sure Gme doesn't MOASS on release of their market-breaking NFT marketplace. Tank crypto and crash the market to prevent apes from mooning. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I can only imagine secure. RTY down 5%. Yeah. You killing it today, Segan? I am. Why does it feel like spy puts aren't a terrible chase right now? Interesting. I mean, they are. Certain diesels not available till next year. Jesus. Is there an origin story to the name? I started liking pickles this year and hated them my whole life. I mean, first off, you're welcome. No, it was just like a gamer tag. It had nothing to do with pickles, really. If SPX breaks 3720, it will be capitulation. Yeah, we could see more of it. I think fear's building already. It's been building, but today is. I mean, we could start to see positions drop. That's all it takes. Is it just takes one institution to start giving up. Killing it doesn't even begin to describe. I'm up right now more than I was on Frex Day. I'm doing quite well myself. Zoom in for MOASS. I know some people on the Discord last night saw my position. It's going well. Dude, thank you so much for everything. Stacking major ammo for calls. Nice, Dominic. I thought gherkin it was a Dutch thing. Sure. Wheat is the only thing on my watch list that hasn't drilled to the center of the earth. If you want to close your puts as seen in WeBull, would you start with the 135 or the 125 ones first? Probably the 125s first. Dumb Papa. Craziest thing about market crashes, nobody knows what's going to be the actual catalyst to the market-wide panic. I don't think we've seen the worst of it yet. I know the yen is still dropping, dork, and they're holding a lot of U.S. treasuries. And if they start dumping treasuries, that will likely be it. I would say that might be the most, one of the most likely scenarios. Thank you, Gurk. I hope you know what you have done here. Allow yourself some time to really understand how many people and lives you have helped. Thanks, man. We appreciate you. I really don't think about it very much. I just assume that most people are losing money at any given time. What's with the 80 and 65 put OI being at around 5.5K? Is that part of the shorty short position? On Gme? Yeah. Yeah, they bought puts like all the way down, and they only sold some of the 60s off. They kept everything else. Are you getting calls this week or just wait and see type of deal? I'm just waiting. It feels silly to buy calls while my puts are open. Thanks for your advice over watching the past few months. Went really hard into VXX calls and I've done well. July 15th too. Took your advice and bought that theta. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I'm not bearish a lot, but when I am. SPY dipping its toes below 375 now. Massive fake out candle. How do we hit a price high enough where the stock dividend becomes a play for GameStop, but to make sure we stay high enough for it to be enacted? Does the price coming back down matter? Oh, it does, absolutely. Johnny BS. I think GameStop would likely target prices in excess of 180 for like a 3-to-1 split. That would be ideal. The announcement alone with a short enough time frame to execution could stabilize price in that higher range. Bounce off 115 and move up or keep slow bleed. I think we're gonna keep slow bleeding. Are BBY calls good right now? Because I've been loading up. Make sure you get a lot of theta. At this point, if I was entering positions today, I wouldn't even look at anything before January. If you had to pick one month, June, July, or August, the best run to buy options, what would you choose? I don't think August's on GME are open yet, are they? Did they open them this morning? No. Still no Augusts. I mean, right now, I think June looks set up for an OPEX run. Can a bounce be even confirmed if volume doesn't spike on the reversal? With GameStop, yes, because it gaps up. You don't need a lot of volume for GameStop's price to move up. The more I've been thinking about today about BBY being a price, it could be the perfect excuse for RC to buy the rest of his shares at an insane discount. I agree. And it could really trigger something too, right? When did you realize you were witnessing a crash during the COVID crash? You know, I started buying my short positions on the SPY in like December of 2019 and my like long VIX calls. Um like as soon as they announced like the first few cases of COVID in the US, I didn't know how long it was gonna take. So I kept buying like 45 DTEs and rolling them out. I was down a lot before it started happening. And unfortunately, I sold a lot of my position to recoup my losses. Once it started happening, I held enough that I did well, but I could have done a lot better on it. It was hard to tell where the bottom was going to be, obviously. Thankfully, it moved quick, so I did get, I did exit some of it near the bottom. I had a straddle, like a weekly straddle on the SPY at the time that it took like a really big volumetric hit, and the VIX spiked so hard that my calls and puts were both green. Would you sell off all of your puts Wednesday to make sure your cash settles to load up on calls for OPEX, even if you think it's going to drop more, or you think we won't run till Thursday, Friday next week? I mean, at some point, I'm gonna want to get out and like settle that cash. It's only one day for it to settle, right? We'll see. I mean, if it drives down a lot lower, then I'll wait. OPEX canceled. Why? We expected to go down this week. It really is Fluffiosa. Ooh. Hmm. Docu down hard. How much further can I go? A lot. I mean, there's support in the like $55 range. More support at 50, and then like 45, 43. Why did you just close them out? Stopped? I didn't sell all my puts. I sold some. Stopped out of a few. I read an econ article saying theme park stocks like SIX do well during recessionary periods. I'm not sure I see the merit of this. Thoughts, please? Like Six Flags and stuff. Local vacations, stuff like that. People aren't, spending a lot of money on vacations, and those represent a cheaper option. Kind of like a staycation, if you will. You see a plausible IV crush for GME later this week? I mean, maybe, if we don't move down super hard again. What do you prefer to hedge your whole portfolio? I mean, I usually use the VIX as my hedge. Trina. You provide some insight on when it's better to look at the 5-minute chart versus the 1-minute chart. Volume's very low. It's better to use a longer time frame. It's good to use the 5-minute just to confirm trends anyway. Bought 617 120 puts before the run up. In the past, I would have panic sold and lost money. Because of the education I received by watching this channel, I'd stayed calm and was able to double my money. Thanks, Gerg. No problem, Gareth. Congratulations, dude. How do you hedge with VIX? Well, I'm long a bunch of things. And the VIX is the opposite of that. um Volatility and price are inversely correlated. So usually, like, when there's a bull run or a relief rally, I'll buy into the VIX at and in the money while it's cheap, and simply hold it until there's a reversal. Usually for the last year, I've been buying shorter term contracts because of SLD, which is, generally, so I've been only buying like 90 days, and I used to buy leaps. And it's because like the VIX just spikes every month now when SLD goes through, and so I usually sell off the hedge and buy back into it. Like right now, my VIX hedge is way the fuck up. So I'll probably close some of it, cover my cost basis. SPY reclaiming 3780. Bipolar market. Just a relief rally. You can only oversell something so much. I kind of tried to warn everybody about these last night and yesterday. In any bear market, you will reach oversold conditions, and the rallies back to the upside can be pretty volatile. What are your BABA positions?
I have puts on Baba. I don't know if Baba's gonna recover right now, but I have puts at 100. I think it'll keep slumping down. There's a decent amount of room to the downside. It's risky though because a lot of the news and stuff that affects Baba happens overnight. And so, you know, if something bullish comes out of like the CCP tonight, then, you know, Baba can rip in the pre-market. So it's a very dangerous position to carry overnight. Tomorrow's the monthly VIX OPEX. We've rallied hard the last several monthly VIX OPEX cycles. Yeah, I'm aware. VIX expirations, generally a good thing. Um, I don't know if we will this time because the VIX is so elevated right now. I think I'm gonna get some bagels. I got some stops on my puts. Today is a good day. Yeah, it's a nice one. Weren't you bullish on Baba before today? No, I started shorting Baba last week. I had puts on it last Thursday. Last Monday I bought calls. And then by the middle of the week I was out of those, and then I got puts on Thursday. I closed the puts before Thursday close. And this morning I bought more puts. Are you buying CBOE VIX directly? You can, yeah. Is there a particular broker you use for that? Like, I don't see a way to buy it on WeBull. So on WeBull, you have to go, you go to VIX, right? And then you have to go over here in the top right corner and you select that. And then you add a widget and select options. And then once you have the options tab available, you can click it and then you can see the chain right here. Just finished my initial BBBY position. Pretty sure my cost basis is better than RC. I mean, not hard to beat, but congratulations. Spell looking to slide down again? Maybe. It got rejected pretty hard. I don't know. It'll probably find some support here at like 376. Selling weekly CCs is super dangerous in case they hedge in advance. Yes. Yeah, I'm not selling any covered calls right now. I might look to sell some cash secure puts at the end of this week. I believe probably took out my entire zero DT put portfolio, hoping for another drop. What kind of bad making all this fake money on the market crashing? I think your paper trading account will be just fine. Seems like the downtrend today is slowing a little bit. Gme lower high. I think so. I think it's going to reject on VWAP here. With the current massive drop on SPY, do you still expect SLD to cause more downs? Yes. What's going on with Reggie? Looks like it's halted on 610. It's not trading at all. I don't know. Did it get delisted or something? Where did that come from? I'm never going to financially recover from my paper trading losses. Ridiculous. $8 August, $10, 8 August, $10 BBY calls for 0.70. Same like free money. I hope so. Chevron completes reg purchase. Ah, okay. My stop limits on Gme isn't working on 130Ps. Set limit 30 cents below the stop. Is that too little? That's very narrow, yeah. What are the odds that the stock market could just cease to be a thing? Pretty slim. Gme doing better than my savings account. Yeah. I mean, that's not a hard metric to beat though, right? Uh, yeah, Bitcoin looks like it's about to nosedive again. Why did you sell your 125Ps? Even though I only sold half of them. They stopped out. I still have all my 130s and 135s. Capture profits? That's what you're supposed to do. No, they stopped out on the rally. I stopped some of them from stopping out, but about half of them did. I still have 12 left. Do you ever sell ratio spreads on GME? No, not often. At least not for a long time. Not since last year. They were more profitable when we were volatile, right? Does the VIX expiration this week impact VXX or not anymore? VXX tracks VIX futures, so no. You don't think August BBY calls for OPEX are good? They're fine, but I wouldn't buy them anymore. After like last week, everything I'm buying for January. I already have August calls. If they don't hit on OPEX, I'm gonna roll them forward into leaps. Can VIX hit 40 this week? Yeah, I think so. Unless the Fed does some serious pulling back. You're supposed to diamond hand everything till expiry. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Are you buying stocks at the moment or just waiting for lower prices? I'm not buying any like long-term positions right now. What are your thoughts on these options for OPEX? 70% of my October $30 out of the money and 30% January 23 950 to capture IV. $30 out of the money. I like how far dated they are, but I'm not a big fan of how far out of the money that entire position is. Buying all your options at one strike is never a good idea. You want some spread there so you have time to manage your position. Like, what if we only run $20 and then crash super hard? Then you're fucked, right? June options chain goes from $10 to 680. Totally normal stuff. I mean, if those strikes weren't opened, how the fuck would they hedge volatility, dork? Would you consider selling CSPs on Gme for this run, like GME? CSPs on BBBY for this run, like GME? If the return on it, yeah, if the ROI was better, maybe. Actually, the ROI technically on BBBY puts isn't that bad. Puts are priced pretty high on BBBY right now. I don't know if the return on investment's better than GameStop, but it's decent. Would you consider got stopped out on my trails, locked in 8K profit. Nice. I have a paper short on GME, 10K shares. The fee to short is 0.022. Charged each night at midnight. It costs around 268.25 to short 10,000 shares, which for funds is nothing. Current profit $108,000. Yeah. It doesn't cost shit to short, even at the high rate. And they generally don't keep them open that long, right? They can cycle them. What's a good strategy to unload your spread? Start off within the money. Usually you want to exit your out of the money positions first. Your in the money positions last. Tell me I shouldn't buy back into my puts. Did you close them out? What were your strikes? Rest of today is gonna be boring, but that's all right. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Today is a very good day. Yep. Spy's gonna push back, I think. There's no reason to close it. It's for July, right? Rejection? You could at least bounce back to like 379 before it gets rejected. GME moving up a little bit. Price target for GME end of week. I have no idea. Ridiculous. Bit confused on how BBY June 24 calls between 14 and 20 are so high. Do you mind explaining? Well, I don't know why the fuck anybody would be buying June 24 calls, but they're not. They cost nothing. They just have a crazy wide spread. But not all of them do, just some of them. There's no open interest in some of these strikes. But they don't cost a lot. I mean, they're still like... I mean, no one's even buying these. Yeah. They don't cost much. Hmm. Remember I said to get June 17th UVXY calls? You're welcome. I mean, I already had them. I always have, like, calls on UVXY and VIX. I bought more, though. Yeah. Thanks, Turd. When will August options open up? When the OCC opens the chain. It doesn't seem like short hedge funds are shorting it this cycle like they have before. I don't think they need to. I'll say that again. They don't need to do a lot of shorting right now. I have more August calls and CSPs on BBBY than I care to admit. Are they at $6? Is SPY about to erase all put gains? I don't know about that. I think SPY's gonna hit resistance real soon. Yeah, it tested that 379. If it continues to break out from here, that'd be kind of impressive. Volume's kind of low, which is weird. Am I seeing sold puts on GME come in? Maybe, yeah, from the little rally. You'll probably see some puts capitulate and get, like, sell out. RDBX puts now, or should I wait? Is it's like gamma exposure dead yet? Uh, I don't know. It may still have some gamma, like some of that gamma imbalance can continue to play out until tomorrow. I'd be careful. There was a lot of calls that went in the money for last Friday. And most of them expire this week, so the next 2 weeks on this kind of risky on the put side, especially if it keeps maintaining these higher price points. Or just lack of inclusion in ETFs, Bullmayo guy. Gme and BBY OPEC still on the table. I haven't had much time to catch up due to work. Appreciate it. I mean, they look good for this coming week, next week. I don't know about BBBY, but GameStop looks good. BBY usually runs on OPEX. I don't know if they'll be able to suppress it through OPEX or not. They might be able to. They can try. Puts are overpriced though. If somebody ever got too good at the market, i.e. they had a magic stock book, do you think they'd get banned like a casino? No? I remember when red days induced a lot of stress and anxiety. Today on the reddest of days, I'm calm and making money. Thanks, Kirk, for your time and patience. No problem, Captain Jack. Congratulations on the gains, dude. Sold all my puts. Time for Gme to tank. Profit is profit. 80% overall gain. Nice, dude. See, this is the retail dream, right? Yeah, everyone walks into OPEX with a bunch of liquid cash because they didn't let some stupid belief system influence their decisions. Which means they can buy more leverage and less risk. And the cycles can drive higher and higher. Sherwin-Williams have any potential as a long position coming out of SLD? I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna probably get back in Sherwin if we see another relief rally. I made a bunch of money on that this year. Sherwin-Williams has been very good. I have 85 weekly 100s. Think they'll go in the money before the week ends? Fucking Jesus Christ. I don't even want to talk to you right now. Whoever does the stream cards for Jamie OPEX, please consider Pickle Stocks Almanac, loosely based on Back to the Future. I made 15K in realized gains from puts. Fuck yeah, Jean-Claude. Don't let Kenny make all the money. He's already rich. Would you say the Gme cycle is coming to an end or just beginning? I mean, the last cycle is ending. The new one is about to begin. So retail is cash rich, levering up long GME, going into open, and Papa Cohen has his finger on the split button, waiting for the run. Sounds bullish. What's your price prediction on BBY OPEX price targets? Where do the options chain take us? to $7. You have to realize that OPEX on BBY may not happen if they're able to suppress it. It could. I have August calls for a reason, because if it doesn't happen, I can roll them out. So if they were going to maximize their puts, what does GME need to drop to? Like $60? I think they'll probably start closing them in the $100 range if they can drop us that low. They're not really shorting us today, so short-term high-risk OPEX calls starting today on Thursday, or wait till later this cycle. It's starting on Thursday? Maybe. I mean, we'll see where we are on Thursday. I bought it back into some puts in the 119 test, 125s and 115s. Yeah, I bought some at the 119 test also. And that's why we bought August calls. Good job, man. Yep. If RC actually announced a split during OPEX run while we were at 180, what would that do to the stock? Who the fuck knows? It could cause it to run. It could do nothing. It could cause them to short it. I'm worried about being at a $20 average for BBBY. Not really. I don't think they're going to go out of business, if that's the question. And I think that the company's worth more than $20. And that's my cost basis, but I've made a lot of money on BBBY options. I had a shitload of August calls that I sold off during the March OPEX run. So my actual cost basis on those shares is probably much lower, or maybe even non-existent. I'm not factoring that in. Is it risky to wait for under 100 to buy some GME shares? There's a lot of buy pressure in that range, so it could be. But you may see it. I mean, if you're patient. What's the worst that happens from you waiting? You know, you buy it $3 more than it's at right now or something. Your left eye looks infected. No, it's just allergies. Do you think there's a chance Jimmy set earnings up earlier to get it off of the usual window when the price tanks, so it wouldn't look like it was earnings that caused it? Maybe. How am I camera shy? Let's take the first possible day GameStop could technically announce a stock split. No. They could have announced a stock split any day in the last 2 years. Well, it wasn't really an RC move earning questions. It was, could GameStop have scheduled earnings at an earlier date? He didn't say move earnings, otherwise my reaction would have been different. It doesn't move OPEX. It doesn't change any of that, but it's possible that they could have scheduled it for a time when it was less advantageous to short the stock. That's reasonable. It's not swollen. My company has a bunch of cash for acquisitions. I suggested they buy BBBY. Nice. I've heard you mention you would buy BBBY leaps only. Do you think it won't have an OPEX run? I'm not buying. I have August calls already in case there's an OPEX run. If it doesn't happen, I'm going to roll them forward to January. But at this point, I won't be buying any more August calls. Coca-Cola and has Jack and Coke pre-mixed drink. Let's go, baby. I had a nightmare last night. J-Fresh was Voldemort's quant, and he was trying to steal my liver with his magic wand. MOASS tomorrow? No. Do you think RC really knows what he's doing and is destined to get the shorts off the stock? Sure. Sometimes. It depends. Is Freg planning to show up and bless the June OPEX this weekend before it starts? I don't know. He's still very busy spawning, and he keeps telling me that it's hard to kind of sneak away. Like, when you have 40,000 children, almost one of them is almost always awake. You know? And he's really trying to get out of there with no one noticing. Taylor, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Why is it super stonky in here? Because it's one of those days. That wasn't J-Fresh's wand. Is Freg a good dad? No. GameStop has an all-star lineup, I guess. 5D checkers. They've got a solid lineup. For BBY put position, could they also be using suppression to build positions? Yes. I think we go below 100 this week. It's possible. The question is, are you going to have enough theta to wait? Which you may not. What's up with Redbox? It's just low liquidity. It's doing a thing. Lots of Wall Street bets FOMO. It'll die up. They always make the same mistake. They never exercise their calls. What are the dates on your put position on GME? 6/17. Gamma burned off this, I assume. What are we looking like for the rest of the day? Looks like we're just tracking the SPY right now. I just bought 169 shares of BBBY. Let's fucking go. I will sell them all on the first run. Redbox puts, too early. I tripled my port this morning and now have $48 to play OPEX. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. Is this the most money you've had in your portfolio ever? This is like a new all-time high for you. RC is playing normal chess, and his queen just died because of this crash. Why do people act like this NFT marketplace is the first one ever and better than all before? I don't know. Because sunk cost fallacy. Bad idea to sell shares at the peak of OPEX to free up cash to play these cycles. And it's up to you. Your shares, you can do whatever the fuck you want with them. I'd like to make money instead of just buy and hold. No extra cash in the foreseeable future. I mean, usually what I do is I'll sell, like, calls, right? Because you can sell them in the money. And if the price drops in line with your expectations, you keep your shares, right? And you take a huge amount of premium. And you would have sold your shares anyway, so why not just sell the call? And if you get assigned, no big deal. If you don't, then you take a ton of premium and keep your shares, which is awesome, right? Are you cost averaging BBBY? No. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that there's other shit I want to put money into right now. Like I don't want to dump another 40 grand into Bed Bath and Beyond at the moment. Is Wall Street Bets actually a thing? I mean, how do we know it's not the motley fool of Reddit where 90% of the users are bots? I mean, I'm sure 90% of the users are bots. But that's just true for like all subreddits, right? Are you buying July calls for OPEX? Mostly, yeah. So much money. All of it gone. You and your CERN position. But imagine if it printed. Imagine if Ellison had fucking given up on the buyout. I think because of the buyout, he's about to sell off a fat chunk of Tesla. Yeah, but initially, Ryan Cohen ETF, it's gonna be just JPEGs. Because they've got to put something out now, right? There's none of that shit's built out into video games and stuff yet. That'll take years. So once again, lunchtime, I'm here to ask you, did you eat yet? No. What about out of the money calls on BBBY? 15C leaps or something? That's like what I'd been buying. I have 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. For January, I have them up to 40. Remember you had some 7-1 puts at one point? I think you'll buy them up again Friday or Tuesday next week. 7-1 puts. I didn't have any 7-1 puts. For Gme? No. Unless I was just playing something like short term. If anyone needs a tutorial, I'm now an expert on good faith violations. You know, just getting a ton of them doesn't make you an expert on them. Did I just fall for a bull trap? I think so. IMX has games already. Yeah, but they kind of suck, right? They're not like AAA published games. Like no one's like, oh, I can't wait to play that new IMX game. What are some examples of strike prices you sold CC during March OPEX? And how far in the money did you sell them? I sold them 20% in the money. I think I sold CCs at 180 and 165. Not a lot of them because I didn't want to take the risk with my port, but I sold a few. I sold a bunch out of the money. Everyone thinks it's definitely running to 80 because RC bot calls. I mean, it could. It's kind of unlikely. They can also just print from IV, right? Summon. I'm calling it now. Diablo 4 Cosmetics will be on the Gme Marketplace and break ground for in-game items with Blizzard partnership, D3 Auction House, but on GME. Okay. I don't think Activision's gonna do that, but cool. Nah, man, I saw people on SS saying how great they are. No conflicted bias there. Yeah, absolutely not. Would you say getting a GFE is more leaning toward you don't know what a GFE is? Yeah. Today confirms that no Fregs Day is in the works for next week. Oh, not at all. Oh, no, I didn't mean I know anything about good faith, other than I'm an expert at violating them. If it goes to 80, I'll be buying islands. That's why I know it won't. Yeah, same here. Mm. Microsoft doesn't own Activision yet. I think that's the biggest problem with a lot of people's assumption there is that they think that these developers and publishers are going to be willing to give up a cut of the revenues they already receive to exchange these things on GameStop's marketplace. And while I agree that like that could be valuable in collecting royalties on older games and things like that that are lower in popularity and they don't have to host them anymore, that could be advantageous. I don't see them doing that with new IP. Yeah, Microsoft will own Activision soon. Okay, Champ of Roses. Because of all the, you know, money that Blizzard has given away in the past and Activision. They're real big on that. They definitely don't try to keep all their money to themselves. They haven't spent the last 10 years in the gaming industry trying to isolate platforms so that they can ensure their profitability on whatever they release. I mean, look at the divide between Xbox and PS, like PlayStation. Developers are very, 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 and the publishing houses are very, very greedy with the profits they can make on their games. They do not like sharing a cut of their revenue at all. Yeah, I know, Cool Cat. Celsius and Binance suspending withdrawals. Bank runs on crypto? Maybe. When the time comes for ETF rebalancing, what are you expecting the IV to drop super low? What IV rating should we be looking for if we wanted to buy July, August calls? I mean, ideally, you want to get calls under 100% IV. That's not always possible, though. You're not bullish on Gme's NFT marketplace? I think it could be really good in a few years, but initially, no, not particularly. I mean, have you looked at fucking crypto? This isn't doing a lot for people's faith in NFTs and crypto right now. Fucking Bitcoin's down to like 24,000. 6,000 of that lost in the last 2 days. It's not that I don't think it's a good idea, and I definitely think it's something that they should be involved in the more heavily in the future, because they do need revenue streams in the future besides just retail. But at the same time, I don't think in the near term it's going to generate a lot of revenue for them. So it's not that I'm not bullish on it. I'm just not bullish on it right now. I think over time, as they can bring on indie developers and they can get these systems built into games where they currently don't exist, and the development time for most games is far in excess of a year, usually 2 to 3. I think we'll start to see, some movement in that industry. But right now, no, I don't expect it to do a lot. Nah, bro, didn't you know capitalism is the same like charity? This company spent billions creating intellectual property simply to give it away. Yeah, right? Um, is you predicting the future stock price legal? Yeah. UVXY and VXX stabilizing during SPY slight uptrend, so volatility increasing. Maybe just an expectation of another failure. Gamma Max is generally the conservative peak of a run. What indicator can we look to as a general bottom of a dip? Vega neutral, which is very low right now. It's at 75. I think the angle that all video game creators can agree on is that NFT marketplace is ideal solution for in-game economies. Why do they want to allow there to be an in-game economy that they don't fully control, Stefan? Because the gamers want that? What have they given a shit about that in the past? People don't like microtransactions. Every game's still full of them. So, they're giving up a cut of their microtransaction revenue in order for it to be involved in NFT marketplace, which would mean that the profits from that would have to far exceed the profits that they already make for their participation to be warranted. Ryan Cohen makes e-commerce companies, right? That's what he did with Chewy. That's his plan with GameStop. That's where the market cap value will come from. They sell shit to people on the internet and then ship it to them. That's what's valuable. People lose sight of that. The NFT marketplace is cool. It's a neat thing, but it's not the most important thing. I have no desire to own any NFT JPEGs. You don't think Superstock is going to go nuts and buy everything on the marketplace? Sure, but they already spent all their money on stock. Would you hold your puts until Friday if they're in the money? Sure. Who's buying the SPY right now? I don't know. Funds? I appreciate everything you do, Pickle Man. I finally started to understand a bit more about the fundamentals of options from watching your channel. Any thoughts on selling puts so I can open up a GME position around $100? Like I've told a bunch of people already, hitting $100 this week is still very speculative. So you can sell puts in that range, but you might not end up buying shares. People will simply walk away from pumping money into irredeemable in-game digital assets. I agree, and that's a bull case for it in the long term. You can like something and just not like the current iteration of it, you know. I think over time that yes, there will be interest in NFTs. I do think it will become a more mainstream part of the video game market. I do not think right now, at this moment, it is extremely bullish. But I think in 3 to 5 years, it very well could be. I could see it generating quite a significant amount of revenue 5 years down the road, especially if agreements written out now come to fruition. But there's nothing stopping any other company from doing the same. Okay, that's fine. You create scarcity, but you also create disparity in the market. If those NFTs give players an edge, no one likes a game that if you're rich, you can become OP and beat everyone. Yeah, pay to win's generally not something people enjoy. It'd have to be like cosmetics, special edition, things like that. GameStop did not rally to the same levels the SPY did this time around. Losing a little bit of that upside pressure into the second part of the day here. I paid for Market Chameleon. Do you know how accurate the long build-up, short covering, etc. on the open interest section of it is? It gives a breakdown of why it displays it. I'm seeing long built up on the put section. That means they're long puts. That's not like positionally long. They're building up long put positions. Whoa, whoa, whoa. SS and Twitter told me that NFT Marketplace was going to be a DeFi exchange, and Gme would take its shares to the market and put them on there. Yeah, that's what public companies want to do. They want to remove their stock from a tradable exchange entirely. I understand the resale percentage. It's not an aspect I'm missing. What I'm telling you is that it's currently not in any games. There are no games that are going to currently take advantage of the NFT marketplace, especially none from AAA publishers, all of whom are capable of creating their own fucking NFT marketplace should they so choose. Do you not think Microsoft can develop an NFT marketplace in half the time? That they don't have the funds to do that? Why compete? I mean, they could buy out GameStops if it's pre-built already. That makes it a lot easier for them. Who says they're not already developing one and just very quiet about it? Microsoft cannot do that. Of course not. Breaking news. Rumors of Microsoft buying out GameStop. I mean, they're partners on retail. They give a kickback of digital download profits to GameStop for GameStop maintaining a retail front for them, right? It's a agreement of it benefits both parties. Just because they have that agreement, though, doesn't mean that they're going to enter new ones. That's just an assumption, right? When are you entering calls for June OPEX? I don't know, probably later this week. I know it's not a big deal right now, but maybe someday it matures into more. I agree. But that's not near term. Everyone expects, here's what everyone expects, and this is the problem. Everyone expects Gme to announce the fucking NFT marketplace and the stock to rocket. And right now, that's stupid. Bill Gates isn't the CEO of Microsoft. So it doesn't matter if he's busy fucking around with monkeypox or not. One of the most valuable things I learned this weekend is to expect to lose 20% of options premium and therefore set stops looser. So smooth over here. Thanks for the wrinkle. You got it, man. Maybe interesting. Fidelity bar interest rate was down to below 31% and just went back up a bit to 31.25, but still down on the day. Fidelity's borrow rate is trailing, so don't expect it to. I don't think it reacts live to market conditions, Sam. Their borrow rate rises slower and drops slower than basically everyone else. Sure, but not right now. Short attack on launch of NFT marketplace is actually expected. Yeah, that's what I would expect. Oh, you mean Bill Gates, future CEO of GameStop? When do you think you'd start getting CSPs this week? Wednesday? Probably. Probably after Wednesday. After the Fed announcements. Will we now have negative GEX? Or yes. That's how that works. The market maker is no longer on the long side. Could the lag for Fidelity's borrow rate be partially explained by their massive pool compared to other sources? Probably, or just, I've seen it on other stocks too. Fidelity is just kind of slow to raise their rates. They're bigger, they don't care as much. Smaller brokerages with fewer shares on hand are far more interested in raising their rates sooner. Say for $100,000 portfolio, what would be a reasonable annual return for the average trader? I mean, you need to beat the market, right? So, you want to return more than 10% a year, ideally. 8 to 13%. A good trader will beat that significantly, but that's kind of the bottom line, is you got to beat the SPY. If you're not beating the SPY, then you should have just bought the SPY. What's more out of people's understanding is that the era of free cash speculation on future potential is gone from the market. I agree. Gme won't fly on news or speculation, just results now. Yep. Hopefully, though, with them tying up the last of their expenditures for this stage of their transformation, and their, you know, order fulfillment centers finally getting their leases kicked off and starting up, we will start to see an increase in EPS and profitability. Even the most bullish assessments of the NFT marketplace pale in comparison to significant e-commerce revenue and what that would do for GameStop's market cap. Is that close to free money? Sure, unless you know, BBBY falls under $3. I've been selling luxury goods and making a 20 to 25% return consistently. Should I just keep doing that? Probably. It's very solid. Didn't Plotkin beat by 30% most years? Yeah, he was very good. Until he fucked up. I made 1100% in the last year. So I get my trader hat now? Sure. I made a lot of money on GameStop too. But not every year will be like that, right? Quarter 4 should be really good. I hope so, yeah. What I would love to see, and what I think institutions would love to see on GameStop, is they would love to see e-commerce revenue exceed retail revenue. And hold on. But retail revenue not fall off. If GameStop can hit that inflection point, if they can hit that target, their market cap will go up significantly. Because they will be valued as an e-commerce company at that point instead of a brick and mortar retailer. And that will cause institutional interest. Cohen has been successful in doing this in the past. It's what they're looking for. Their faith is not in the NFT marketplace. Their faith is in Cohen building an e-commerce company that can compete in a sector with Amazon. Like he did with Chewy. It's safe to say the longs no longer have control. They don't. Closest to out of the money first generally, and then you work your way back to your nearer the, like you're more and more in the money last. Learner, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate it, man. Recession should be good for GameStop, as you said before. Games are more value for your buck. Yep, it should be. They can also price forward inflation, which is beneficial to them because they are still a retailer. The BBBY play is interesting. I don't know. There's a benefit to acquisition there. I just don't think he'll do it. If they could acquire BBBY, BBBY has a very, very good logistics infrastructure that they mostly own, which is very beneficial to a company like GameStop that is cash rich but asset poor. GameStop doesn't really have any assets. BBBY has a ton of undervalued assets. So I think there's potential there. I don't know if it'll happen, but it's something to consider. The Gme should have access to the billions of capital that have been invested through its equity shareholders and is being artificially suppressed should be illegal, yeah. I don't think the price of GameStop is like artificially suppressed. I don't think GameStop's current valuation is far in excess of the price we're trading at right now. I think that the underlying is caught in a cycle of volatility swaps, which makes it unattractive to institutional investors because of its volatility. It presents high risk. But just because you bought a stock at, 180 or 240 or $350 does not mean it's actually worth that. Right? And I think with fleshed out e-commerce revenue, forward guidance, more revenue streams being picked up from recycled electronics, the closure of stores and the ending of those leases that are biting into overhead, I think GameStop can move up in market cap to 20, 30, maybe even higher, depending on how well they do in their e-commerce sector or in the e-commerce sector. But right now, no. No, not at all. Is RC allowed to become chairman of BBBY and just merge GME and BBBY? Not really. That's not how it would work. He has 3 of 11 votes on the BBBY board. 3 of 14 right now. 3 of 11 after they consolidate the board. He can buy more of the company. Any reason why it wouldn't run? None that we're currently aware of. But don't buy into positions for OPEX where you can get burned if it doesn't. I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. Manage your risk before you worry about your profits. Risk first, profits second. Do you have any thoughts on costs? Extremely small float. Looks like it runs with the mean stop basket. It's highly correlated. The problem with costs is most of the shares are its free float is very small, but its shares outstanding is not. The family that owns the vast majority of the shares outstanding are more than willing to part with those shares in the event of a significant run in the price of the underlying, as they did last January. Also, it doesn't have options, so it's unable to sustain spikes in pricing. If we don't run out of OPEX, do you think GME can reach VN? Possibly. Since we were just considering BBBY and GME, would it be GME acquiring BBBY or RC and then sell it to GME? I mean, it could work a number of ways. SLD doesn't start until Wednesday. The BBBY put blanket seems shallow. I agree. I think that the positions that have taken that put blanket, or the people who have taken those positions up and put out and push forward that put blanket on BBBY may not be aware of the OPEC cycles. And if that's the case, they could be in a very dangerous position, especially now that the market makers are pricing puts so much higher. It'll be very expensive for them to hedge if the price moves against them. What do you think? More downs today or just chop sideways? We'll see. Probably not a lot of confidence in holding the SPY overnight, especially with economic data coming out first thing in the morning. So we can drop into the end of the day again. Not sure if you talked about this before, but do you have a price target expectation for the June OPEX run? Not right now. It will depend on what Gamma Max is once we start running. So no price targets until week of. I'll target, delta neutral, then gamma neutral, then gamma max. Do you think the code is just waiting to double down on BBY until an OPEC cycle to put more pressure on the short hedge funds? Also, could be waiting for the perfect time to set off the gamma squeeze. Yeah, he could. I'd give him a few days. Not like he couldn't buy it now for half the price he spent before. Give him a nice, like, $12, $11 average. Now we have my company and GameStop going after BBY at the same time. Bidding war, right? Love to get caught in a bidding war. Sold 50% on Feb 24, 2021 and got a 5 to 7x on GME. Looking back, I wish I knew about options and the cycles of debt. I would have sold 85%, been buying in much cheaper along the way. Fair. If I got my Series 7, would you be willing to invest in my garage-based hedge fund? I mean, it takes a lot more than just getting your Series 7. First, you have to register an institution. You have to get an ISDA. No, you want to get an ISDA. You don't have to. Anyway, BBY can be used as a distraction or hedge against Gme in the same way AMC is used. I've been seeing sentiment bumping up on BBY. I was just curious about your thoughts. I mean, it's cheap, right? Twenty-three of me asked me to give you a message. What red day? I've traded weekly. I don't think there's a risk for it being used as a hedge, at least not currently. Hmm. This will be critical, I think. Hmm. It's a license to the International Swaps and Derivatives Association membership. Fastlane Hobo. This is WeBull, Maxwell. Will BBBY be a penny stock by the end of the week? Maybe. There's really no pressure to drive it lower than its current price. Like after $8, the short pressure kind of dries up. So anything falling below that's just active funds, right? Just falling with the drop in the market. They haven't like moved their put wall down or anything. It's been quite the weekend. How are everyone's BTC and F puts? Listen, Mr. I'm bull leveraged. I told you it was going to drop like a rock. And you're like, nah, it's going to bounce. I hope you gave yourself time on those calls. If they didn't plan on running it for OPEX, they wouldn't have spent millions on their entropy hedge through deeper than money puts, right? True, but the problem with that is that entropy hedge is good for June and July. Relative to the volume, a little ES futures, nearly 2 million contract volume. Jesus, that's a lot. Yeah. Give 25 to 33% of your profits to the IRS. Fund your IRAs. Lower next year's taxes and be free of taxes. Do this, you most rich young people. Don't wait to get smart when you are old. Or just get an accountant. If we don't run in June, is it safe to say we should run in July? Yeah. I still don't know how they hold their position through a rebalance. Because the ETF doesn't give a shit about how they're positioned when the rebalance happens, right? The ETF just wants to satisfy their like net asset basket. What's the bottom of the SPY today and this week? Fuck, I have no idea. The SPY can keep going down. That'll depend largely on the economic data that comes out this week. Fucking people are ridiculous. Give me a price. You can't. That's not how that works, man. Okay, cool. My poor likes me quite a bit at the moment. Congratulations, Gaff. I'm not gonna lie, mine too. It's been a good weekend. If we MOASSed, you took profits, and BTC was down to 14K. Would you buy any? If so, how much? I don't know. I might get like some. I'd probably put like 1 to 2% of my port in crypto. Not much more than that. My put's gonna print hard or just print. I don't know. It depends. We haven't had a lot of violent downside moves today, so. Do you still think the VXX can squeeze? I mean, the VIX could too. It's not as oversold as it was a few months ago, right? Those positions have been backing out. A few months ago, the VIX was extremely oversold, and the chances of it squeezing were much higher. With the VIX, trading in like the 25 to 30 range several times in the last few months, a lot of those like short positions have climbed out. Volatility this weekend has been so insane. They've been bouncing arbitrage plays between my calls and puts on the same strike. Nice. Good job, dude. If you had to estimate, what percent annual return do you get? It's skewed, right? Because every year I've traded, I've gotten pretty lucky. I was in on the Tesla split. I was in on the COVID crash. I had, VIX calls on Volmageddon because I was using a VIX hedge. Um, I 2021 I had GME, which really threw shit off. Um, Even this year I've had like an OPEC cycle. So my percent returns are kind of very skewed to those events. They're far in excess of what they would be during normal market conditions. Although this may just be the new normal. So waiting for them to short it hard, but they hadn't needed to. If the SPY recovers, then they might be forced to. Yeah. No, you're not shadow banned. Our pie scored. I can see that. Being a special situations focused trader is really the best. It's nice. Rolled some paper market, put profits into further dated SPY puts, October. Interesting. Hike will be under 75 BPS. More like it will not be 75 BPS, but 50 BPS. So I expect a rally and then a nice opportunity to open an SPX short. You don't think the Fed will announce that they're going to move forward with 0.75? I think they will. Have you seen OI for puts on GME on July 15? I'm seeing 32K and currently out of the money puts. That's really concerning me for OPEX. I'm only seeing concentrated OI for calls at 150 and 200. Yeah, the calls are kind of slim, but I think people are just waiting, right? Don't worry, if GameStop runs, the calls will come in, and they come in fast. Usually we'll see institutional positioning right before or the first day of OPEX. If GameStop moves up 10% in a day, the call volume will fill in fast. 75 BPS hikes already built into current SPY prices. Are you sure about that? Who told you? A 75 BPS hike might be on the table for the next quarter, but what if they say they're going to move forward with it for another quarter? They're going to extend their expectations instead of pull them back. Some things are priced in. When playing VIX, do you play near the money or far out of the money for heavy spikes on days like today? Usually near the money. The political pressure is on increasing the rate of inflation, not pulling it back. Or increasing the interest rate, not on pulling it back. They want to decrease inflation. The problem is that the political pressure assumes that Fed monetary policy can do anything about supply side macros, and they cannot. Powell can bump the fucking interest rate as much as he wants, but it's not going to have that much of an effect on our current and core inflation. How much is the slippage on trailing stops broker dependent versus CBOE? I mean, if you have a limit, then there shouldn't be any slippage beyond your limit. Your limit will fill at or above. If it's just a market order, I mean, whatever the fucking bid is. If there's a big slip in the bid, you could get a super shitty fill. That doesn't mean that equity markets have priced in 0.75 yet. And they sure as shit haven't priced in continued 0.75 hikes. I don't know how much a Chipotle burrito with guac costs. I don't eat there. US businesses reaping what is sowed, selling USA tech, and building certain huge competitive countries' industry and making the USA reliant on their supply chain. Powell talks about all his tools, and it drives me nuts. He has 2 tools. He can buy and sell stuff and raise and lower interest rates. That being said, praise JPOW, rally to 400 Wednesday. Baby has to sell, right? With JPOW hiking rates, how will they pay their debt? I mean, their debt is a serious problem. They still make plenty of money, though. Like, their revenue is good. They probably shouldn't have used it to do a share buyback. GGP, ghosting Gurk's plays. I did not know that, Paul. Did you ever buy puts on AMC? I think I might run on OPEX or GME, and puts on the stock are very cheap. Not really, because it doesn't have very much range. I bought puts on it when it was like at like $65 and $50, but not really that interested in buying puts on it when it's trading at what, fucking 14 or something? 11? Jesus. On a red day like today, is it more profitable to play SPY or securities found on a scanner with above normal bearish sentiment and bearish TA patterns? On a red day like today, it's good to find things that are overvalued and short them. Here's a kickback. Made $1,400 on a Gme puts that I just closed out. Not a kickback, but thank you for the donation. No one ever went broke taking a profit. That's true. Thank you, Nesquick. Try synthetic guac. Looks like the real thing. Costs the same. Has same texture. Just don't eat it. There are only 67 certified master chefs in the nation. Interesting. Are you bullish on GME? Yeah. BBY, same like November 2020. Company does a share buyback and Cohen buys in. Next few months equals moon. I think there are a lot of similarities between BBBY right now and GME in 2020. More, not like November, more like August currently, but how is BBBY sub $7? Just is. Find overpriced and short them, so GME. I mean, I have a lot of puts right now, Gav. I think most people in here have puts right now. My VWAP is tracking $2 above yours for SPY on WeBull. I cannot figure out why. Different data sets, huge McDeadlift. I pay for their like premium order book, so it has more exchange data. So the price and the VWAP will be a little different. Spy's just weakening. Ugh. I don't put any more. I close them at about 11 a.m. Nice. It's not Virtue that was executing the calls. I don't think they were on the Philadelphia exchange. RDBX down to 15. Put gang rise up. Jesus, it moved down $2 already? Maybe that wasn't the time to buy puts. I'd still be careful with it. There's going to be a lot of imbalance there for the next couple days. That's going to feed back and cause more spikes. If you made some money on puts on RDBX today, I'd be careful carrying them overnight. Do you have expectations for the SPY this week? I think all of the economic data coming in is going to be bearish. The only thing that can save the market this week will be the Fed. And I don't really think they're in a position to do much. If you look at put call ratio for SPY and GME, what do you want to know? I mean, the SPY, it doesn't matter. The SPY is way too liquid for the put call ratio to have a big effect on the price. I'll just tell you which side people are betting on. GME is skewed to the put side. Slightly. It'll be greater after close today. Do you think SLD will still have an effect on the markets considering today's price action? Yeah. Everyone asked this the last time we hit SLD and we fucking dropped like a rock. Because the market dropped into SLD and then it dropped even further on SLD. So the play is BBY 617.35Cs. Absolutely fucking not. If RC buys in, could that trigger something in the stock a la GME late 2020? Yes. If so, we're at the money leaps. The play. Or out of the money leaps. Think of DFV's positioning. If everyone buys at the money leaps, then that limits the extent of the run, right? If it does run, a nice balance of at and out of the money is probably the best place to be. I do not think BBBY is worth $7. I don't think it's worth $6 either. That's my opinion, though. So obviously someone else has a different opinion. The Fed doing 0.75 rate hike and hinting at the possibility of a full point after CPI. Yeah, I can't imagine they're going to remain dovish after the CPI data that came out last week. I know Bullard was coming out and, leaning a little bit more dovish in the previous weeks. So was Powell. But with the CPI still picking up steam and core inflation continuing to move up, I don't think they'll have a choice but to continue with the rate hikes at the current level or increase. I still think the 80s are very unlikely by the end of the week without a huge move down in the market. That doesn't mean we can't see the 80s early next week. If I had to target downside for this week, I would say like 108, 105 is far more likely than sub 100. We need a big, like, volumetric move to the downside to see those prices. And the bar rate's still elevated, so it's still not worthwhile to short super hard. I haven't been able to look until now. Can I get a quick recap of what's happened so far? Big crypto sell-off over the weekend. Huge CPI numbers last Friday. Yeah. The market's just falling. Almost a $10 move to the downside today. On the SPY, $12, 300 basis points lost. This is going to continue, right? When you say BBY is not worth 6, you mean it's undervalued? It's undervalued. I think it's worth significantly more than $6. RC has about 10 million shares. Gme 100 CSP for 2.5 per contract, worth it? Yeah, but they may not fill. I mean, the return's not bad, but they may not fill, right? I'd maybe wait till they're closer to the money so you get a better premium, especially if they're not going to fill. So you're just tying up capital that you could be spending on other things. You should do BBY full bull videos a la DFV and get laughed at from Wall Street bets. Maybe that's how it will moon. I've already gone full bull on BBBY. Is weed still a good investment? My girlfriend found Dave's Killer Bread for $3 a loaf and is loading up. Are we rich? I still expect the harvest to come in short. But they haven't, like, that information's not in yet, and that's why wheat hasn't really spiked. What is BBBI worth then? I mean, even with their current debt, probably between like $15 and $25 a share. They're trading below their sales right now. Like, significantly. Your end of day close price prediction for Gme. You almost nailed it last time. I have no idea. It'll depend on if the market slips or not. It's still very early. It's only 1 o'clock. Nice, Mikas. But selling BBY CSP at $10 for $5.45 be smart. I've already owned 400 shares and about 15 August calls. I'm looking to make a little cash in case I need to roll out my August C's to January. Maybe. I mean, if you get assigned, you're buying at, 460 or 455 a share, which isn't a bad price, right? I mean, you're buying at 10, but you've collected $5 worth of premium. Puts are overpriced. There's risk. You're tying up capital, but are you taking delivery on wheat futures then? Just fill the pool up? Have a talk with my landlord, I guess. When will the harvest data be in, and where can I find it? It's a good question. I know it comes soon. I think towards the end of this month. Where to find it? I'm not sure. I know it's probably... I wonder who reports that. It's a good question. I'll have to look into that more to find out where the reports come out. So the guy who correctly positioned for the pandemic and Gme says BBBY is undervalued. Compelling. I mean, I think it is. But my biggest problem with BBBY is I don't trust the board. BBY trading at 0.48 times sales. Yeah. Looking to sell one of two options positions at the same strike date on my WeBull. Any spots to read, watch? Sell one of two options positions at the same strike date on WeBull. Do you want to be more specific? You're looking to sell covered calls? Or cash secure puts? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Very generic statement. Do you own any Gme puts beyond 617? No. You said BBY was cheap under 20 and now say 15 to 25. Why the change of perspective? The board's not doing anything to turn it around. And worth 15 to 25 still means it's cheap under 20. So that's not a change of perspective, Bones. That's the same. You've just said the same thing. In the midpoint, under the midpoint of the price range is cheap. With you getting more and more into commodities, why do you not use more trading spaces references? I mean, I'm not really into commodities, right? I'm into equities with commodity exposure. Also, no. Kirk's grain bin. I have two options, 100p, 617. I have two. I would like to sell one of them. The UI on WeBull is not clear. So just select quantity of one. So down here in the order box, you would choose put, sell, the strike of your put, and quantity one, and then you would choose your price. Oh, that doesn't look good. GB's still staying fairly resistant to the drop in the market. And at least we're not tracking right now, and the SPY just went down fucking hard. Am I too greedy? You might not see it under 60, but you could. Be warned though that O could be moving into a bit of a bear cycle. With the economy coming down, commercial real estates, I mean, I think they're well positioned to buy distressed assets, but it could be a long time before the price of the stock moves back up again. You may be able to buy it cheaper. Honest, formerly known as AJ. So usually I have an automatic buy in like the $64 range, and I pulled that back because I think it can drop quite a bit more. But you're gonna need a longer period of time than just SLD. What's the next SPY resistance? 374? 26. If it fails this test of 378 right here, there might be a little bit building up here at 376. We've had a couple bounces on that today. This wasn't very strong previously. Is it a good price point to get in for shares, not options, in your opinion? I think BBBY is very, very, very cheap right now. It's less than half of Cohen's buy-in point. Why is it? No, Philly's not really exercising any calls. Or they weren't earlier. I could check again, but Yeah, still not a lot of order flow coming out of Philly. And we're not seeing any improvement in the order flow at all. It's still very, very negative. Sold puts is climbing a bit, so, you know, on these little bounces, people are selling out of puts, but overall, I mean, it remains extremely bearish. And the bears are now in control of the options chain. Yeah, I agree that it's likely to break down more into the end of the day. That was 1269. I know. What do you mean not a lot of orders from Philly? Significantly less than the previous days. For the last several days, they've been exercising deep in the money calls on GameStop, which has been skewing its gamma into the following day on the market maker side. Today it doesn't appear they're doing a lot of that. Likely in an effort to keep GME FTDs low. BBY calls are just way too cheap not to bet on upward movement for OPEX. Fair. Jim Cramer tells me the bull market is just getting started. Sure. Any idea how OPEX looks, or will we just not know until the later part of the week? Or we won't know until next week. Yeah, Dillard's doesn't really drop, right? It just doesn't have a lot of downside. And when it does, it's very, very brief. Susquehanna? There's not that many institutions, big institutions, using Philly floor trades, right? Susquehanna is by far the biggest trader of equities on the Philadelphia exchange by a long shot. July 10 BBY calls are like 35 cents. Yeah, July 10 BBY calls will probably be $0 too. Why would you buy July's? Just so you can like burn the theta out? Susquehanna's the final boss. It makes sense. I've said for a long time that I think Susquehanna is more likely to be like net short than Citadel. It's insanely dumb to buy July 15s for BBBY. Yeah. They'll have no value if you need to roll them over. DDS or CAT gonna grow faster after the recession. I mean, DDS doesn't really have any room for growth. It's just over manipulated, right? Caterpillar, especially at these prices, is already very attractive. Caterpillar is trading, and if it falls into like the 170 range, it's extremely cheap. It's worth far, far more than that. Their earnings have remained strong throughout the early stages of this. Gme needs to announce a split already. I said before they even announced that they weren't going to announce a split, that they're not going to split at these prices. I told everybody like the day before. I said they're probably not gonna split the stock, and then they didn't. These prices suck for a stock split. So they might announce during the run in 2 weeks. Yes. What did RC tweet? Is he buying the rest of BBBY? There's no tweet. Oh, the hell with the left and the right. Stop dividing people. I agree. He's not running for president. He's Canadian. Your stream has been upgraded from the iPad to the 40-inch. Nice. The chances of shorting after CNS closes, pretty good. I would say that the pressure today is pretty bearish. Why not split 13 to 1 to match BBY prices so they can be delisted together? Fuck you, Gaff. Purple Heart. SS is gonna go crazy. Better question split-wise. Do you think the board is actually considering strategic timing for a split announcement or just waiting on a price to justify it? It could be either one. I would suspect strategic timing. There's no way they're not aware of the cyclical nature of the stock price. Even if they only understood it at a basic level, they would know that it's going to be worth more in the future, and that's a better time to split it, right? Purple Heart for the veterans of Freg's Day. Yeah, it's definitely both. I agree. What happens if you combine blue, left, and red, right? You get purple. One America. The purple party? I would, but I have purple PTSD. Right? I see implying you won't divide the stock, but bring it back together. Reverse split? Bullish. I'm fucking all about him reverse splitting the stock. For those of you guys with one share, I'm sorry. What's the next resistance under 374.26? I gotta look at my long-term chart. The next big resistance under that is 366.86. Remember, if at any point we ever fall below the peak leading into the COVID crash, there will likely be sell-offs. So like under like if we fall under 340, it's gonna get really fucking wild. I mean, everything looks good for OPEX in what we track. We only have one point of confirmation that says they can't roll positions out beyond an ETF rebalance. So if there's something that we don't know of, some trick up their sleeves still, we have to be wary of that, right? So even though everything looks great for OPEX and it totally looks like it's on the table and obligations are, as high as they were in March, that's not a guarantee of anything. And it's not that I don't think OPEX is going to run. It's just that people need to understand that. They need to understand that this is not ever guaranteed. No, as you approach OPEX, no single event is a guarantee. No, you can't sell fractional covered calls. Thoughts on elote? I don't like it. I don't like that, like, chili lime dust shit on anything. I think it's disgusting. How do you feel about wheat long term? I'm already in it for well, till October at least, or September. September. My wife just said there's a tampon shortage now. That's bad. I went to the store yesterday and everything was fucking sold out. Like there was like a run on groceries. You take that back. No. I really hate hot Cheetos. Purple Heart, not same like Purple Ring. With an LRC donate button. Rising RSI on the daily. My favorite Costco frozen organic smoothie mixes has been sold out for over a month. I'm so sorry, Stefan. No, hot Cheetos are just gross. Why are peanut butter filled pretzels the best? I mean, they're not, but they're pretty good. Sometimes the peanut butter inside them is all weird and dry. Actually, yeah, Jamie kind of looks okay right now. Not rep, but maybe a move up. How's the spy doing? Hmm. Tough to say. Volume kind of sucks. I would say normally this looks good, but the market looks so terrible. It could easily just break down. No, I hate Cheetos and Takis. I don't know. It's like fruity mint of some sort. What's on honey mustard dusted pretzels? Why not just dip a pretzel in honey mustard? What's honey mustard dust? Oh, you're talking about like the Snyder's ones? Why would we go down when CMS closes around 310? Why not? The spot looks like straight up knifing through 377. Someone just posted this on SS. I was under the impression that if the stock market crashed, that it should just put us into GameStop MOASS. Rip to anyone still on SS. Yeah, not a lot of logic behind that sentiment. I mean, there's the problem being that longs aren't going to recall shares to sell because all of their shareholding in GME is just ETFs, right? MOASS, same as 100-to-1 reverse split confirmed. I like it. Sweet peanut butter ravioli. Ew. Do you enjoy salty or sweet nut butter? Nut meat butter. What nuts are sweet? All nuts are savory, right? You're a crunchy peanut butter guy, right? I mean, yeah. Crunchy peanut butter is just better. Creamy is weird. Why do people want to eat soft things like they're like in a nursing home? Cashews aren't sweet. And they're also not nuts, but I'm not going to get into that. I think you should politely ask the peanut butter ravioli guy to leave the stream. Maybe. If you had to choose between only eating Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches or Gherk nut mix for the rest of your life, which would you select? I mean, from a nutrition standpoint, the nut mix. Trying to find a cheap but good source for some walnuts. I usually buy the walnuts at Costco. They're not that cheap, but they're cheaper than most other places. And you got like 2 fucking pounds of them. Some of the nuts I get from Trader Joe's. Other ones I get from Costco. There's you can go to the produce market in Brooklyn if you have time to like take the train over. And they have like nuts there like half the price per pound. But it's just so far out of the way. I never make it over there. One sec. Sorry. All this food talk, and I had to acquire some snacks. You know what I've added to the nut mix? That's just a game changer. Honey sesame sticks. The nut mix only gets better. And now it's way crunchier too. They're made of sesame. Pop them up on my August $15 calls. I'm down about 63%. But on my August $10 calls, I'm only down 20%. Has anything been rejected from the nut mix? Oh, all kinds of stuff. Also, where the fuck is my water? Okay, I gotta go get my... You know, never buy a low profile bed. That's all I have to say. You see Airbnb sub 100? Dude, I bought puts this morning. It was in Pickles picks. How big is the knot in your shin? No, that happens too, though. My water bottle fell and rolled under my bed, and I had to like get a broom to get it out. And it's like one of the mechanical beds. So like the feet and the head like go up and down. So it weighs like 450 pounds. And I can't even pick it up. Otherwise, I'd just like lift the side of the bed and grab whatever is under it. To hedge inflation, everyone should buy whole chickens and learn how to break them down yourselves. You'll buy your chicken for way cheaper. You just gotta spatchcock them. BMG. No, it's this water bottle. I still haven't washed my other one. I'm waiting for my next Tinder date with tiny wrists. Then, hopefully when we're out at dinner, I can break it. I can be like, I have this bottle at home that I can't really fit my hand into. Maybe you could wash it for me. On my way. No, it's this water bottle. It's the small one. Well, it's not small. It's like 32 ounces, but normal sized. Yeah. The other water bottle does not fit under my bed. Not even on its side. American Airlines go below near zero based on the recession. Interest rates and awful debt. Seems logical. What are your thoughts on debt-riddled airlines? The government will bail them out. Fight me on the ravioli idea, bro. Leaving the ravioli on the cooling rack for a second leaves it with a nice chewy texture. It combines nicely with sweet or nutty fillings and all kinds of toppings. I'm not backing you on this. It's an insult to everything I believe in. You don't need to defeather them if you just burn the feathers off. Why not just start breeding your own chickens? Do you want us to buy you a bottle brush? I can't find one long enough to clean the bottom of the bottle. They have one on Amazon that's supposed to be like extendable, but it's sold out. Maybe some sort of like industrial cleaning tool. It's going to cost me more money to buy something to clean that fucking bottle than it was to just buy. Maybe I'll just buy a new one. I can fill it up with water and donate it to California. I don't think a toilet brush is long enough. The thing's like 3.5 feet tall. It's like a small child. Aquarium brush? I'll see what I can find. Did you look like George Carlin when you were younger? Why would I look like an old man when I was younger? You're not supposed to use abrasives in them, though. Because they're stainless steel, and if you abrade the steel, then it creates places for bacteria to hide. Ah. And GameStop has just stopped trading volume entirely. Hmm. Interesting. Get a carboy brush. It can clean 5-gallon containers. Thank you so much, Too Many Tacos. Spy ripping? Ew. I'm gonna have to close some other positions. That's gonna stop out. That's it, right? I'm good. I just had to close that position. Delete yourself. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another.
I'm not pulling all my puts, but I'm tightening up my stops.
Got the van GG on a CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult. FOMC's on Wednesday. All the Fed shit's on Wednesday. Tomorrow's PPI report. It's like producer costs. Gme ripping due to oversold phenomenon. It's not really a phenomenon, but I wouldn't say it's super oversold. Still not a significant amount of interest out of Philly today.
Yeah, I'm still holding my Best Buy puts. I hope so. I didn't even look at it today. I mean, they're not in the money. I don't think I'll be in the money till it hits like 68. With XRTF Reg do you think they can control the price easier during during OPEX? Not really. They don't want to slam it or control it. They want to run it. That's what they're hedged for. BBBY wasn't, or XRT wasn't on Reg Show for most of last year. We still had OPEX runs. No, XRT's off Reg Show. Stopped out of everything but my 140s. And I only have 5 of those. So yeah, I'm stopped out of all the puts. That was kind of my line in the sand, was that 119 test. RDBX is on Reg Show. Okay. Did we hit the bottom? Hard to say. Yes, I do, Trina. Are you going to get back into puts? Maybe. I mean, I just doubled my money on like 100 contracts. I'm pretty happy right now. I think I'm more than prepared for starting to buy calls. I don't really know if I'm going to short a lot more. Not that it can't go down more, but I was definitely not going to lose my profits. What's the line in the sand for your 140s? A move back up above gamma neutral. So like 124. If we fail VWAP here, I might get 115s. You still expect IV to drop more? Yeah, I think it could drop a little bit. Hard rejection off 380 on the SPY. That's the second, albeit extremely wonky shoulder, I guess. Interesting. Some of my looser stops got stopped out this morning here. Like my trailings. I had some like 135s and 130s set with trailing stops. Those stopped out here. I think I stopped a few out on this move up. And then I think the last of them and then I bought some 119s right here. Which stopped out right around there. And then the rest of my position stopped out there, except for my 140s. My 140s I still have. The stop for those is like up here. Oh no, that doesn't have to be our bottom. We can definitely go down a lot more. Tight as fuck. I mean, they were already super profitable. Why not tighten it up? Also, GME is even more prone to like oversold rallies than other stocks because of its illiquidity, right? No, they haven't closed their puts, and a lot of them are in the money now. They're more likely to exercise them, no hero. Far more likely to exercise them. It's way more advantageous for them. Even if the market maker doesn't provide the additional shares on exercise and simply cash settles the contract, they're still advantaged, right? Because the market maker is also not going to go buy 60 shares or 70 shares or 80 shares. I'm really glad I chose the 135 strike for my CSP. Well, you didn't get those back when we ran? Or did you pull them back and sell them again? If they exercise puts all the time, how likely is it for them to exercise a sold 1.0 delta put? Anytime you sell a put that's deep in the money like that, you're definitely risking assignment. If the price is dropping when you sell it, though, you're less likely to be assigned. Buying any EPAM today? Maybe not today, but sometime this week. I think it has a little more downside left. With August open, August isn't open. Yeah, August is still closed. Hi, 6-year-old. Thanks, Seymour Triangles. If they exercise puts all the time, EPAM. If I have a spread for 715, my short put leg can get exercised on me during OPEX. I mean, if the price is running, is your short put going to be in the money still? But yeah, it can be. You shouldn't give a shit, but it can be. Are you surprised at enough buy pressure to break the top side of view up? Not really. So is this the bottom, or do we see more downside? We can see more downside. It depends on if the market recovers or not. The market got rejected pretty hard off of 380, but it's stabilizing in this higher range. Maybe not a bad idea for an at-the-money put for GME at this point. Maybe. I'd probably wait a little bit. I think this can push up through like 121, and that would be a better entry. Yeah, I'm going full degen, 250, 300p. Oh, Jesus. So you're doing like a bull put spread? Strange, it feels like a normal day of shorting in the morning, chop through midday, then back up at the end of the day. Is this Zen? I mean, it is, except we're down $10. I wonder if we have higher FTDs today from anything. What are our FTD days for today? I didn't even get a chance to look this morning. I didn't do the daily DD. May 5th. Like 1.75 million volume. Ew. Oh, interesting. the MMFTDs, right? Wait, hold. Yep. It's only like 3 million volume there for. What's interesting is today is the first. It's the first day. It's the FTDs from the first day of MMFTDs, and it's the FTDs from the first day of the overlapped FTDs. So if they kicked shit out, there might actually be a fairly decent amount of FTDs today. That would explain a lot. I mean, that's not great, especially when CNS closes. What's up, DV? Very interesting from a seller's fatigue perspective. I agree. SPX volume's really, really high. Well, if the thing sustaining our price action today is FTDs, when CNS closes and those are rolled over, there's no more buy pressure, right? So it would mean down. If I'm correct in that assessment. You holding those 140s overnight? It looks like it. I'm not going to get stopped out of them. Welcome back to the put gang. I still had 140s. It's good to be cautious of like relief rallies. CNS closes at 310, roughly 310. It's an estimate, but it's like within that time frame, very close to then. Japanese yen strengthened a little. Market was freaking out that it may hit 1 to 137. Fell back to 135, so spy likey like. Yeah, I'm not actually watching the yen right now, but I should be. I think there's a big fear of a treasury sell-off due to the yen dropping. Can you comment on why you bought 119 instead of 120? Aren't 120s more liquid? On the weekly, it doesn't really make much of a difference. There's like 139 OI here, and the spread was better. I got a cheap fill on it. I don't think I would have gotten as good a fill percentage-wise if I'd gone with the 120. Also, if it's in the money, I'm not going to have an issue getting rid of it. Now the question is, do I use this opportunity to buy a few more? I think so. Do you have any cash left in this one? No. I need to switch this fucking account to margin if I'm going to trade options on it during the day. I have like 40 grand or something in here, but I should still put margin on. I wonder if I can switch it without transferring my shares. Let me get some of that. I don't remember the last time I actually transferred money into this account. You selling puts? Buying. I haven't seen the Top Gun movie. Ooh, big storm junking the corn crop. Interesting. I'm diamond handing my 120 covered calls. You might get lucky. That's on starting with a smallish stream account. See how, so we can see how you grow it. I could do that. I'd have to open a new one. Because I don't want to deal with transferring all of this shit. I mean, this account, I don't think I've ever deposited a lot into. Let me look at my deposits for this. I know I've deposited money to buy GME. I think most of the money in here is just from like covered calls and like little intraday shit. So I've deposited 24,000 into this account since I opened it. Last year. It's about double. Almost double. I think a lot of the money that's in here is from that back when AMC fucking went crazy and my other account was down and I had to use this one. Or not AMC, AMD. I did have AMC in this account at one point. I had $11 calls back on May 23rd of last year? Looks like I made money on him. You guys were all here. I was streaming in May, right? Wasn't that before they did the long flip? I know I didn't make that much money on the long flip on AMC. I did make... Wait. So I made 40K in the August run? On this account? Oh, I transferred it out, though. Also transferred shares out of this. Where the fuck did I send those? I don't remember this transaction at all. It says I transferred 100 shares of GME. And then 27. Oh, when I put them in my Fidelity account. Okay. That makes sense. No, not DRS. Just Fidelity. I think I moved them over to Fidelity so I could sell more CCs. Closet DRS? No. No DRS. Fully DRS'd. I'm definitely not. Why are you tracking Sears? They're bankrupt. How small of an account would you feel comfortable growing? Something not so small that it's too difficult to grow, yet small enough that people can learn and follow along. Yeah, I don't want people doing that. That's why I don't do that. I'm not fucking DRS'd. You know, I actually have a computer share account, but there's no shares in it. Not from GameStop. Kirk is computer share. Do you have a counter to Dr. Trimbass's tweet this weekend about how the brokerage owns the shares, not the investor? Who's right? I don't have a counter to that. That's absolutely correct. The brokerage does own the shares. Who gives a shit? I mean, they're yours, but they're held in their name. They're simply like assigned to your account, essentially. Can you open it in an account? That's why I don't do it, because I don't want people trying to ghost trades. Bought the dip on CRISPR and I'm up 2K already. Nice. I consistently turn a 2K account into 5x in a month, but once I get there, I end up losing it all. I just need to start taking out the 8K and restarting. That's exactly what you should do. Learn to manage a specific account size. Don't let the size of your account fluctuate. If you have gains, remove them. Do you know keeping that account open costs CS money? I'd imagine it costs my former employer money. What? Dr. T confirmed exactly what we've been saying for over a year? Crazy. I know, right? Sounds like financial advice. Is Petzl Melvin? Maybe. I never asked. BlackRock uses CS. Looks like we're not going to see a relief from the drought in the Southwest and West Coast. How do I capitalize from this? Move somewhere that has water? Does account size really matter unless you have... Yeah, because you learn to manage risk in a specific account size. And a big mistake people make is they grow their account and then they don't know how to manage the risk on the larger account. Oh, former, not current. Yeah, exactly. Ivy rising on Gme leaps. Still holding out for calls. Yeah. Like your buddy that gets to 5K then blows it up. No, he turns 5K into 25K and then blows it up. He's just very good at managing like small positions, and then he starts moving into big positions and he doesn't know how to manage them, and he loses all his fucking money. That guy's an idiot. I was in upstate New York this weekend. Free water coming from a pipe on the side of a mountain. Amazing. New York has lots of water. Sometimes I buy the exact same calls as yours, but yours are green and mine are lagging behind. Is this caused by different brokers? I'm with Questrade. It could be fees. I'm not really sure what Questrade's fees are. It could also just be the fact that like you're buying after I do, and so the price has moved. Maybe you're buying like at the mid or the ask, and I'm buying closer to the bid. There could be a number of reasons. HYG is crashing and burning. I just thought I'd share with you since you haven't heard from me in a while. What's up, Joseph Johnson? So you've probably been worried, but I just got a new job making 6 figures. With inflation, that's like 5 figures. Congratulations on being middle class. Excellent job, Joseph Johnson. Good to see you. I turned 7K into 50, then promptly turned 50 into 20. I love those stories. What's up, Glider? We bounce off that 116 support or market recovering in general a bit. What did I miss today? The market did big downs, and it still looks like a big pile of shit. I think it's about to slip even further. GameStop appears to have a little bit of CNS pressure. So we might move back up to this like 120-50 range again, but I expect it'll fall into the end of the day. And I don't think anyone's going to want to carry the fucking SPY overnight. How could you turn your back on the poors like this? One day people will laugh at all of us for YOLOing into the crash of 2020, 2022. El Salvador's buying the dip. How do I find the right port size for me? Everyone I've tried, I've slammed it to 0. Oh boy. Then you gotta do the Pickle Morty route and just take all of your available capital at any given time, YOLO it until you hit, and then you'll have a decent sized portfolio after you've lost probably an equivalent amount of money over time. Do you expect Gme to keep falling tomorrow as well? I don't see any reason for it to go up. Glad I forgot to check if my VIX hedge filled Friday morning. It didn't. Big sad. I'm sorry, Glider. That is big sad. Rainbow chart? What fucking rainbow chart? Are you talking about that stupid shit on Reddit? Those are dumb. Will market crash affect OPEX? You say the market crash. If a market crash. It could. It's a black swan event. It's very unpredictable. Any significant FTDs tomorrow? No, today seems pretty unique. Tomorrow they might be like a little higher than average for the next few days, but nothing crazy. Yes, I totally want to hear a discussion on macroeconomics from Trey Trades. Oh, but it'd be so enlightening. If you told 18-year-old me that in my 30s I'd be making 150K a year, I would assume that I've absolutely made it in life. Now I'm here and still feel like a failure. Fair enough. I can't argue that. Is it true short hedge funds will crash the whole market, the dollar, and the world economy, so GME won't break all-time highs? No. Have we considered other swan colors? Swans can be green, swans can be red. Nice try. Am I a socialist? Are you fucking kidding? I'm an options trader. That's like, that's about as capitalistic as you can get. So you just have common sense? I'm not anti-socialist. I just don't think it'll work. Why? Because people suck. People conflating communism and socialism. True. It's 2025, the market is gone, and the dollar is worth nothing. 5-share Greg is the only one who held because he forgot his CS password, and is now the richest man in the world. Like that guy who's still looking for his Bitcoin hard drive and all the dumps in England. Digging through landfills for his $200 million. Well, not anymore, right? Used to be 200 million. Less now. He's talking about the socialism where the government does things and stuff. Yeah, it's not happening. I think you saying, am I a socialist? Evil cackle, I'm an options trader, is the clip of the year and will be your evil villain dramatic moment catchphrase. Oh, so you had to eat dry McDonald's chicken nuggets? Did you eat them? You know you did. They're like the definition of bland and salty. Is Pulte same like trickle down economics? Even worse. At least trickle down economics, you don't have to tell your sob story on Twitter. What percent socialist do you think Norway is? Is this like a wild guess? I have no idea. 60. How much is different between the versions of options as a strategic investment? It's not that different, I don't think. I've only ever seen 2 editions of it, but they weren't very dissimilar. You actually sold your GME puts? Some of them. Well, most of them. I still have my 140s, digital good time. And I just picked up some 119s a few minutes ago. But yes, I captured my fat profits. Thanks for asking. What about a cup half full take on Pulte? No. The book is enormous. I wasn't ready for it. It's an excellent store of information on options and how they can be used as a strategic investment strategy. Also, a great way for beating any would-be home invaders to death. Can you send some fat profits towards BBBY? You need to improve that average. If OPEX hits as hard as I want it to, then we can start talking about margining the float. As long as it gets under 50 cents. VWASPs. Yeah, also VWASPs. Can you make fun of me for paper handing my puts Friday at 2:55 because we don't carry them over the weekend? Why didn't you carry them over the weekend? All the calls were being sold off Friday. What's the point of closing them on Friday when all the calls are being closed? Scared money don't make money. Pulte is a weird clout chaser billionaire. Like, dude, just sit with your money and not work like you people do. Class trader wealthy people strike me as odd. I'll eat them anyway if they want. Thoughts on selling out of those puts? Are you seeing short hedge funds selling theirs off? I had a stop. The stop hit. That's the end of the story. I opened some more puts up. How does one shill audiobooks? You just want to hear me read books? That's weird. No, I didn't buy any fucking calls. I've been reading security analysis for months. I'm still on chapter 1. I didn't say they were interesting for most people. They're just interesting for me. I've read that book like 5 times. Yeah, the chain on BBBY is severely skewed on July 15th. Does today's price action and volume make you change your expectations for OPEX? No, why would it? Like, today's price action and volume have absolutely fucking nothing to do with OPEX. So you DRS your puts? Big gap up there. That's sustainable? Maybe. Early covering not worrying to you? I don't think this is evidence of early covering. Usually set stop losses on most of your plays, or are there any other than GME that you really follow this closely? I usually have stop losses set on everything. Computer Share have stopped allowing shares to be DRS'd. What? When? Since they aren't slamming us within the money puts, they might be trying to quickly reload for the next wave. Yeah, I agree with that. No, I don't think PPI is going to be good. I expect producer costs to have gone up since April. I mean, currently the puts on XRT are about equivalent to March. You have stops on everything. How are you down 65% on BBY August calls? Oh, I have no intention of selling those. Those don't have a stop. Those are just a gamble, right? 0 or 100. Sometimes your risk is simply the premium you pay. It's not true. Okay. March 2021 or 2022? For XRT? 2022. Will you go into an in-depth OPEX explanation? No. Doesn't SS have a post about DRS failing like once every 2 weeks or so that gains a bunch of traction, getting people excited, like the world is out of GME shares, and then the poster turns out to be an idiot? Of course. That's like most posts on Superstonk. Every time my risk is the premium I pay. Oh, we definitely have room to fall further, HA. We do have some pressure today, though. There's no denying it. I think the more important question is here is how is this advantaging them? I'm going to buy the majority of my GME calls tomorrow or Wednesday, just in case they decide to pre-hedge like last time. How about you? I'll probably get some tomorrow. Probably some on Wednesday. Probably some on Thursday and Friday. Some next Tuesday, Wednesday. Can I share a tinfoil theory? Sure. I got you, fam. OPEX equals options expiration. Boom. In-depth explanation. Everybody wants me to like handhold them through it. No. Because frankly, you're more likely to fuck it up than you are to actually make money on it. And I don't want to deal with the guilt. First time watching in over a month. 2 surgeries later, I'm back. It was touch and go. Queen of Burr, welcome back. Glad to hear you're doing better. Hey, Gherk, when COVID crash happened, what was the first day of the crash like? Similar to today? No. The move down was pretty strong initially. It stair-stepped a little bit over like a couple weeks. But then the bottom just gave out. Will we see the XRT roll in shift search? Probably. HA, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm not basing this run on the last. They're all different. Each run is unique, and you should be prepared to be rug pulled at all times. That's the only thought that you should be considering, is that this isn't going to happen. I'm about to get rug pulled. That should be at the forefront of your mind the entire time. Are you closing puts today? I mean, I opened some today. I closed some other ones. I still have some open from last week. No, I haven't started buying any calls. Ryan Cohen tweeted a purple heart. That means DRS, right? No, DRS is a purple circle. We all know this. Everyone acting like our third straight day of 2 standard deviation move down is normal. We're not in day 1 of a crash. We're systematically repricing a hike cycle and the exit of free cash. Yeah, I agree. BBBY is being set up as a parallel FOMO play to Jimmy's next big run. It's cheaper and more liquid. Possibly. People really just ask the same question over and over. Yeah, pretty much. Just curious if bear flag on the 5-minute, trying to properly identify continuation patterns. For Jimmy? Are you talking about for Jimmy, Stefan? What stock? Yeah. More like a bear pennant, but it's there. No, this is not bullish. Purple because you mixed red and blue together. Perfect circle? I mean, I haven't listened to Tool since I was in like high school. Even then, I wasn't like a huge fan. They're interesting. Have signs of a bad OPEX from November Feb been figured? What are the difference and similarities you've noticed this time around so far? There's no similarities to any of our previous runs. We just ran. The closest similarity to what's coming in June is the period between like January 2021 and Feb. All of our other OPEXs have been a quarter apart. If this one runs, it'll represent the third consecutive OPEX in a row and not on the quarterly cycle. I've heard you say that the more people who buy options, the more Gme can run, and also that morons like me shouldn't buy options. It's almost like everything said about you by super stockers has been lies. Thanks. Possibly. I'm out of tinfoil. Does parchment paper work for keeping the government out of my brain? Sure. Same effect, right? You're just putting something on your head. You have a hubcap, maybe? I'm red as fuck, but I love you, bro. I'm also faded as fuck. Thanks, Brendan and Ellis Fun Adventures. People treating Girk like Rocco and Boondock Sands. Tell me a stock price at the end of the week, funny man. Yeah, it's ridiculous. My wife is a huge Tool fan. Unwatching and unsubbing in solidarity. You really shouldn't compliment yourself like that in public, Apocalyptic Adam. But congratulations on your big Tool. What would be required to get a run type Feb 2021 OPEX? Just a massive amount of FTDs together with a lot of OPEX gex? Essentially, yeah. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Did we ever pin down why Gme moved earnings? Oh, goddamn, motherfucker. I only use anchored VWAP on TradingView, but it's a 14-day rolling smoothing. So it's VWAP 14 is like what I use intraday. Bear pendant on the SPY. Pennant. Like a flag. A pendant is a necklace. Can you comment on MM's stop loss hunting? They don't give a shit. And nobody's stop loss hunting right now. At all. Still in Airbnb puts? Why not? The company's worthless. Is it moving? I have them in a different account. Yeah, I'm good. This thing's a big pile of shit, regardless of the market crash. You should sell bull pendants for merch. Is there any place I can find a list of ETFs that contain GME with the respective borrow rates? I think you can get the borrow rates from FINRA, but you have to compile the list manually. Thanks, Brian Adams. Wondering what's the reason Jimmy has upward pressure resisting the SPY downturn. I know we were down. Shouldn't we be down harder? I mean, we're down significantly in excess of the drop in the SPY. Like 2.5 to 1. It just happened in the pre-market. My puts got stopped out, Dr. Filth. That's the thought process. I had to stop. The price hit my stop. My puts sold. I can always buy more puts. Right? I'm not paying for theta while it chops sideways. I can simply re-enter when it's moving down. So I ghosted your EPAM 340Cs for July 15th. When are we exiting those? You probably should have exited them when it was trading at 348. Also, I had 350s. I don't think I had any 340s, did I? I might have. JK. You need to be more like us and constantly reevaluate and question your options plan. I'm gonna wait until everybody is at the lowest confidence level, right? Like when all the fear of buying into the long side has maximized and the people in chat aren't even sure what they're spending money on anymore, and then I'm gonna buy calls. I'm gonna wait till the price drops and people think GameStop will never go back up again. All confidence in OPEX is drained away. That's the perfect entry point. Are you bored? I mean, a little bit. Isn't this a Best Buy channel? Hey, listen. My Best Buy puts are in the money now. I was early, but I wasn't wrong. I had to do some averaging down, but it's working out. 100K block has been stacked on the buy side for 30 minutes. Someone keeps reloading buy side as the block fills. Oh, you're talking to Dork. What would you tell all of the YouTubers that constantly say there are billions of synthetics that need to be covered? They're idiots and they don't understand market mechanics. SS is subbing to Tarable's OnlyFans. Oh boy, Mr. Poopy Pants. That's gonna get interesting real quick. Am I streaming earnings? Of course I am, Plumber Poopy Hands. Do you really get poop on your hands as a plumber? I feel like that's just something your parents tell you so you don't become a plumber. Like, you'd wear gloves or something, right? You'd keep the poop off of you. Like, how often does the job involve playing in or around poop? Intel at its lowest price since 2018. Buy? I don't know. Do you want to own Intel while they target GPU users who only play League of Legends? And continue to pump out processors vastly inferior to AMD? What game are you liking after Elden Ring? I've just been playing TFT. The best part is that you would say that directly to them. Yes, yes, I would. If I knew how to start Twitter wars, I'd be all over it. Nothing. Pure. Fuck off, J Fresh. 6.6 million notional XRT puts at 4:30:59 today. Definitely an anomaly. Is this what rolling them looks like? When did they open them for? That sounds more like creation. You wouldn't be able to tell if they rolled them until you got the OI update, which you won't get till tomorrow morning. I'm a 30-year plumber, and I see it maybe once a year. See? I'm commercial new construction, so everything I touch is brand new. Yeah, it's like just playing in sprinklers all day. It's fun. Anytime they have to trace lines to a septic system, so I just don't do that shit. Like, you show up at someone's house, and everything's covered in shit, just leave. Be like, I'm not going to do this. You're not obligated to help them. It's like you're going to have to find a plumber more desperate for business. That's what I would do. I'd just walk right out. Like a bad date. Your bias is showing. Well, there's nothing to do with bias. Their best advantage over the next 2 to 3 years before they start manufacturing is going to be their GPU entries, and they suck. And until that factory is up and running that the government is so kindly paying for, their stock price is going to suck too. 10 more minutes till CNS closes. 9. Never heard of a game called V Rising. What is TFT? Teamfight Tactics? It's an audio chess game. It's the most boring thing in the world. I like to stream it because then people don't watch me. Isn't Intel like Apple, AMD like Android? I mean, no. Apple uses AMD. So does Android. Oh no, they use Qualcomm, but Apple uses AMD. And their new chip that they're making. I don't know who manufactures that. Reviews would plummet. Pay for fake ones. Or charge them quadruple. Whatever works for you. Are you a Jew? No. Rough. There's nicer ways to ask that, I think. But no, I'm not. Would you try chivalry too? No. Hit my profit for the day. Nice, man. Have a good one. You too, dude. I hit my profit for the day this morning. I'm still here. I'll be here till market closes. But you enjoy your time off, Segan. You're under no obligation. I'd hate to be your bad date. Why? It's not that awful. I just leave. Street Fighter 6 once it comes out. Fuck yes, I am. Would you try to play at the same level you did in the past? No. Definitely not. I don't have time for that kind of shit anymore. How do you feel about Gme competing with Twitch? Not hard to beat, right? Don't the Macs have AMD processors? You were supposed to draw lines to make Gme go up. You failed. I didn't. I drew lines that said Gme was going to go down. Did you miss the whole bear pennant thing? It's doing exactly what we expect it to do. Failing. RDBX is going to make another call. Everyone says that about every shitty penny stock that runs. And then it dies, and everyone's a bag holder for 7 months. And they go on and on and on about how they're holding MMAT and BBIG and Rocket Labs and Rocket Mortgages and USMC and or not USMC, what the fuck, UWMC? What else was there? There's so many. COS, Palantir. I know TSMC is the fabricator. Are you a Jew is saying it like it's a disease. Are you Jewish is far better, right? Like, saying Jew just feels so blunt. I'm not even Jewish, but I'm like a little insulted. Pennant. Do you think oil security is like Zom BP will crash more than the SPY? I don't think BP's up very much. Like, BP did not have a good go of oil prices rising. But yeah, I mean, when they come down, they will come down hard. No wonder everybody's hiring right now. All the laborers in here chatting away. They're making more money off the markets than they did at their jobs. Aider to the moon. Yeah, remember that? God, those people were insufferable. They would come in here every day. They'd be like, Aider's squeezing. Why aren't you telling anybody that Aider's squeezing? Purple? Oh, I forgot about that one. VWAP Yamaka. What's the point of the US giving so much political cover and arms to the Saudi for decades if they can't pump more oil when the US administration needs them to? I mean, if they have another buyer. No, I'm not gay. Sorry. But who asks that? Like, stranger on the internet, right? Do you go up to people in public and you're like, are you a Jew? No, it's rude. Because Ader was a big pile of shit and it crashed harder than it moved up. And it's not my job to pump your shitty penny stock. How do you actually manage an account with higher levels of capital than you're used to? You slowly add money to your base account until you get used to managing that amount of money. Riot and Mara were actually really good for a while because they would track Bitcoin overnight moves at a delay. There was actually a lot of very solid money to be made on those. I'm making more money trading options than being an Ivy League trained tenure track university professor. It's embarrassing. Are you human? Yes. Bye, trash. If you made a new religion, I would follow you. Cool. That's what I've always wanted. You ever take the time to appreciate just how good you are at this? No. If I stop making money, I feel dead inside. I made some good money off Ader selling near the money CSPs from $2 to $5 for a couple weeks. Was never bullish on it though. I was just bearish until it passed 5. If it finds a lower floor, I might go again. It's just like you think people would have learned from getting fucking rug pulled on every other D-SPAC play for an entire year to stop playing them. But no. Every time one picks up some steam on Twitter, everyone's all about it. I'd join your new religion if my profits were no longer taxed. Yeah, CNS died about 3 minutes ago. Remember when I said that we were probably going to drop when CNS closed? We're doing it. We're living the dream. SS already crucified you, so you have a leg up on the religion startup. True. Go for the Messiah angle. Nice. Wait, this isn't a cult? It's whatever you want it to be. But this one is different, Kirk. I promise. Yeah, I'm sure. They're always the next big squeeze. Looks like we had some FTDs today. And now GameStop gets to die. My 119s are up like 13% right now. I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever want to stop making money. Like, even if I had more than enough money, I'd still just want more. I'm pretty greedy. And the money's the score. So the more you make, the more you're winning. Do we like know your real name? Yeah, it's Gurk. Nice to meet you. Would you ever divest into dividend stocks? Ew. I mean, I have some REITs and stuff, but I'm not a fan. I prefer growth if I'm buying into shit. Obviously, the opportunities to buy into growth stocks are limited. But I've had a few good ones. Feels good to have a green day while the market is blood red. Thanks, Gherkin team. This is not a green day. You offset your massive gains with equally massive charitable donations, right? No. I don't believe in charity. I think if you want to do good in the world, you should take your money and go do something good with it. Not give it to someone else to do something good with on your behalf. And yes, I've heard the arguments. They're better set up for it. No, they're not. No charities ever actually helped anybody who needed anything. Most of the time, you're just funding their salaries. Nonprofit still same like corporation. If I ever get jailed, can I put you down as an emergency contact? No. They might not believe me when I say your name is Gherkinet, so I'll just tell them it's Persian. No, and I also won't bail you out of jail. Ooh. Bounces. The spy just do some crazy shit? Oh, it is. It's doing a weird high volume thing. That's exciting. Oversold rally. Right? No, I don't know anything about soccer. I'm not a sports ball kind of guy. Remember when you donated your hair and asked them for a receipt? That was hilarious. I didn't think it was funny at all. If I clear 1 million in options pre-squeeze, I will name my child after you. Just don't have a child. That would be better. I've done lots of nonprofit audits. You're very correct. Most are just worried about making their payroll. So you guys, I warned you about these. These happen. Be wary of them, especially if you're carrying short positions in a market that's selling off this hard. You should get a receipt so you can deduct the cost of the haircut from taxes. Exactly. Why do you hate offspring so much? Because there's already enough idiots in the world. Making more of them isn't helping anybody. I know. Your kid will be different. He'll be better. No, he won't. They won't. Yours would be smart. Was he being raised by someone else? Moon? You talk about my precious little idiots like that. If you wouldn't have a child, would you have a clone? Yeah. If you never die, you never stop making gains. I will name my 3 kids after you. Gherkin and It. Apologies to the kid that gets stuck with It. Would you hold 120s overnight or take profits and look to re-enter tomorrow? Probably just hold them. I mean, if you haven't given up on them yet. Well, I'm not gonna get a clone unless I can download my brain and consciousness into its body. No, I figure when I get old enough and I'm dying, I'll just take all my money and throw it out of my window in a briefcase. Or at my funeral, I've also thought about this. I want to be pushed into the water on like a tiny boat, and then people need to shoot arrows at me, and whoever hits and lights the boat on fire gets all my money. I don't care who it is. Whoever's in attendance qualifies. What if your clone kills the original you? Oh well. That's what I'd do if I was my clone. It'd take me out. Clone, same like Tiny Rick. There's very few instances where the market's just in a state of flux, Michael. We've been in one for a little while, but now we're moving into a stronger bear market. Usually at the end of a bear market, you have a bull market. Bull markets can run for years. Periods of indecisiveness and sideways chop are pretty rare in the market. I don't want your money, I just want your chair. What if I wash it first? What if it's Monster Buddy? Then he deserved it. I'll be dead. You think I give a shit? What about a Predator missile? Turns out Lauer's been in it for himself the whole time. I knew that when he wouldn't come on here and let me wash his hair. What made you want to start your YouTube stream and share your knowledge? Well, I started the stream because people asked me to, and it was hard to explain shit in detail on Reddit. Because on here I can use diagrams. That makes it much easier for people to understand. I saw people starting to dive into rabbit holes on Super Stonk, which were frankly cringy. And I figured it would be good to have a source of information that wasn't complete bullshit. And then yeah, been doing that for a while now. Keeps going, I guess. I'm gonna invite all of your greatest enemies to your funeral. Koala, J-Pow, Moonwind, Kramer, and a few chiropractors for good measure. Okay. Moonwind's not allowed to come, and J-Pow is not my enemy. I love Jerome Powell. If he's still alive when I die. Plus Matt Kors banned you. Yeah, there was that. So a little bit of spite. Go fuck your stealth stuff, and I'm none of those things. That's exactly why you're not allowed. Tell me more about the sentient AI. I wasn't too convinced by the article. Oh, me either. But it was fun watching everyone get worked up. Pretend all you want. I see your heart of gold. Lies. Don't you know I'm a BlackRock shill? Here to manipulate you into buying my covered calls. You're the last holdout, Stefan. You still haven't bought an options contract. But one day you will, and I'll sell it to you. Girk's here to meet chicks. I would have done better with the beauty stream. Alright, calm down, Carl. Future Pontiff. Dan saw Pi-Fi coming toward him and said, "Behold, the Lamb of Derivative takes away the Ouchie down-downs of the world." Freg 420. Thank you, Future Pontiff. Gherk is a sentient AI. Has anyone actually seen him in real life? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a real boy. What's an example of go do something good with your money? I don't know. Give it to like a homeless person or buy them a house. The market is about to crash. Cool. I believe you do have a heart of gold. Nah. I believe you want to be successful and you have your own history of how you grew up to back that up. However, you want other people to be successful too. Well, I mean, if... sort of. Why don't you have a house? I don't need one. I believe you have a heart of cardiovascular muscle tissue. Thanks. I saw it, Trina. So what's the next spy support after 374.26? We're not there yet. 366 something? It's like 366.86. Here. I'll mark it. The fuck? Aha. Oh, does nobody want to hold this flaming bag of shit overnight? Awkward. Seven-month member, long-time watcher. Thanks for everything you do here. Are we expecting more market-wide downs tomorrow? We get PPI tomorrow, which should be shitty. Unless PPI beats, which I highly doubt. It dropped pretty low in April. I would love to have an espresso machine in every room. I would love to have an espresso machine directly next to my desk, so I could make espresso while streaming. Whilst streaming. I'm happy for people when they make money. What time is PPI coming? I think it's in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, 8:30 a.m. Incorrect. Before market open. Is that a real fucking thing? Like a Louis Vuitton duck purse? Jesus Christ. A central espresso. Should I hold my 370 puts expiring Friday up for tomorrow? It's up to you. I don't know. Is it going to keep dropping? Maybe. Probably. It's kind of like a big turd. Yeah, I couldn't install a direct water line in mine because my apartment building won't let me do it. I should have done it anyway. Can you check the options chain? What do you want me to look for? You want me to see if they're selling their puts? They're not. If they do anything, they'll exercise them. How do you bet that all the stocks just have fun? Iron Condor? Chances of the SPY going down to 350 by the end of the week. That'd be crazy. Good entry level espresso machine. A Gaggia Pro or a Rancio Silva. Depending on how much you want to spend. But I'd worry more about the grinder than the machine. You're looking. If you go on Craigslist, you can find like Mozart grinders from old cafes and shit that are like 200, 300 bucks. Those work. They last forever too. Just wondering about the puts. Yeah, they're still holding them. They're gonna exercise them if they do anything. What's Philadelphia doing? Not a lot today, interestingly. What's the hardest option strat to manage? Usually like convoluted multi-leg strategies are kind of a pain in the ass. They can experience slippage on all the legs. It's How's your rowing progress coming along? I just do like a light amount like every other day. I'm not really trying to improve at it. It's kind of fucking boring. But now I have a rowing machine, so I feel like obligated to do it. I need something else to mix it up with. Maybe I'll get like a treadmill. Seems like the market's pricing in a 0.75 rate. If the 0.5 gets confirmed again, will SPY move up? I don't know. It gets a little shaky after Wednesday. We don't know what the Fed's going to come out with. I saw we hit an RRP record while I was eating some pineapple pizza and drinking espresso. Ugh. So I jumped in on calls as we neared the end of the pendant on the 1 minute. You're just, fuck you, man. Just all of that. Dick. You're a dick. Just trying to set me off. Now I'm upset. You've ruined my day. I hope you're happy. It's too much. Too much in one paragraph. Some good exercise would be to become a steezy rollerblader. Interesting. Is that still a thing? Are there still X Games? I'm out of the loop. I don't like ellipticals. I'm sorry if you answered this multiple times. Today's price action as anticipated, pretty much. I'm a little surprised at our sustaining these price points. FTDs appear to be a little higher today. I don't think they're going to be as good tomorrow. We fell off really hard after CNS closed. Might dip overnight. I think fear is going to continue to mount in the market. There's triple X games? Is that where you just act badly and say Vin Diesel things? Yeah, the UVXY calls are doing good, huh? OPEX has to be covered until 24th pre-market, right? But they can internalize it so we see it intraday. Yeah, it has until the 24th at market open. But yeah, they can internalize. I don't think they'll push it out that much. OPEX is generally too big to all occur in one day. I know you hate Peloton only because they kill babies. Do you have an opinion on the yen? Seems like it's at a crisis level and they need to bring it back up before the Asian markets collapse. I mean, if they start selling treasuries, it's not going to be good for anybody. Now he's pro babies. Well, I'm not pro babies dying. It's not that confusing. How can we create market-wide panic? Asking for a friend. My UVXY calls are up 420 and I want to sell them. Right? Bottom of their COVID crash is $4 away. Sounds like a good buy. I didn't take any profits on my puts today. Wish me luck. I do. I do wish you the best of luck, sir. Would it be chasing to get UVXY calls? Could be. No, I think the market maker hedge is flipping negative today. I don't expect the market maker to be working in our favor this week. Can you estimate negative GEX for tomorrow? No. I can tell you tomorrow morning what it is. It was positive 13 million going into today. BBBY 250 away from COVID crash levels. JS, yeah, it's getting close. What'd you get out of weekly VIX puts? Probably. You should probably hold and sell tomorrow. You don't want to get a PDT violation. Those are rough. I'm going to keep my 140s and my 119s until tomorrow. Negative GEX tomorrow at open. Yeah, probably. I still think we'll see more downside this week. But that didn't stop me from taking profits. Sell or be greedy? UVXY and VXX and like VIX are tricky because the VIX can move a lot overnight. Right? Like the SPY can too. GME is probably not likely to, but the VIX can really, really move overnight. No problem, Trina. Producer price indexes? I Googled it and I think so. You talking about PPI? What about it? Oh, you didn't know what PPI meant? Really? I think you're full of shit. Ah, but it could move in my favor as well. So why not recoup your cost basis? VXX can also get delisted overnight. It has 0 holdings currently. Recoup, same like Riku? Sure. Are they waiting till there's no more buy pressure from FTDs to push down harder and slaughter us bulls like helpless cattle we are? They could be. They're probably waiting for the Gex to flip. How impressive is it that Jimmy has outperformed the SPY in the second half of the day? It hasn't outperformed the SPY at all. It's down 8%. The SPY is down 4%. It's still acting as a 2x inverse or 2x directional ETF. Outperforming losses. Yeah. Do you ever want to stop watching Jamie altogether? Never. Interestingly enough, it's the best part of my day. See, Jamie did this, right? And the SPY did this. They both suck. Was Jamie expected to drop more before it runs? Yeah, it absolutely can. Whatever soothes you. What's your bull thesis for this week? I don't have one. Fed comes in at a lower rate, makes big promises, pulls back on tightening. That could happen. Or it's time for the rough part of the soft landing. Where are you anchoring VWAP again on TradingView? I anchor it to March of last year. That was when the flash crash. That's when we saw the most retail selling because of stop losses. Most retail selling at one point in time. I like people thinking -8% is a win. Yeah. It's a bit weird. Do you have an estimate of a price target Jimmy would want to hit before splitting? I think they'd want to hit 180 and they'd want to split 3-1. Is the secret that you bought $300 SPY puts that expire Wednesday? If it is, I don't want to hear it. How do you think crypto will fare tonight? Shitty? If we close below 118, that dude gets the tattoo. Oh shit. We can go look at the SPY. Bouncing a little into close. You talk a little bit about what numbers should be anticipating for news coming out this week, Fed and retail. What numbers we should be anticipating for the news coming out this week? The projections for the PPI tomorrow are like I think 0.6, which represents a 0.1% increase. Which is bearish. I think it might come in higher though. Are you concerned about BTC? Not in the slightest. I sold 9 months ago. I've traded it, but I haven't kept any. Much love to all you do for me and the community. Thanks, Lugs. I appreciate it, man. Remember when How to the Money SPY puts were all the rage in 2020? Good times. $100 out of the money puts. BTC to 13K. Yeah, it could. It could fall to that range. No problem, Stefan. 1 second. Ding ding. Sorry about that. No, it's not the end. All right, so what happened today? Well, we dropped with the overall market pretty hard. Most of it experienced in the pre-market. A little bit today. We never really regained that high test of like 124. Falling off after CNS closed. I expect due to slightly higher FTDs. We continue to see puts coming in and calls sold off. Likely calls that were bought for this Friday, last week. For those that were still very bullish on GME's continued price improvement. Those people are probably feeling a little bit of the pain today. And I think we saw a lot of those sell off as well. I don't know what the fuck OPSEX is. Bad nut mix. No, not that. I had to go deal with something. Yeah, Delta today extremely negative. I think we're gonna see a reversal in not only in the put interest as it continues to accumulate, with 754,000 puts purchased today. But I think we'll also see a significant decline now that the market maker hedge has flipped. So the market maker hedge will now be pushing to the downside in favor of those large put positions that are in place. Here we are on the Renko chart. I'll try to show you that before I close this out for the day. I'm still targeting like that 113.76 range, but it's very possible we can move down to the 108. That's our next really strong support, with 126.70 being the upper strong support. So 113, 108 is my expectation. I think PPI data in the morning is going to come in higher. I don't expect a lot of bullishness there. I know there's still supply chain issues and costs are still on the rise. So yeah, I still think we're gonna have to wait later in the week for an opportunity to re-enter for OPEX. That's it. So thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Sorry I had to step away for a minute. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that? It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulond.